did brief the House on the yields expected and measures being taken to enhance food security in the country. And we did see quite a number of members of Parliament seeking clarity to the Minister by asking follow-up questions.
Thereafter, the House went on to consider questions for oral answer number 270 to 276 under Standing Order 74. The House also noted question for written answer number W16 under Standing Order 75, and the response was accordingly recorded in the daily parliamentary debates.
And there was a consideration of, at the time business was interrupted for adjournment, the House was considering question 277. It was the Minister of Agriculture was about to respond to a follow-up question from Chilubi Member of Parliament, and this is Mr. Mulenga Fuve. So when that question comes up for consideration today, he will continue responding. And it being 1910 hours, Madam Speaker interrupted the proceedings, and business stood adjourned. Like I mentioned earlier on, it was the Minister of Agriculture was on the floor of the House about to respond to a follow-up question. The House did adjourn accordingly at 1912 hours. So basically that's the business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, which was the 7th day in the month of June 2020. Let's shift our attention, Matimba, and look at what is expected to be considered on the floor of the House today before we see the Honourable Speaker's procession making way to the chamber.
Yes, Percent. Today on the order paper we have two questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74 that are coming up for consideration. We have one question for written answer under Standing Order 75, and there will be two motions to adopt two committee reports.
Before we hint you to what is expected in terms of the questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74, let's look at the two reports that are expected to be considered on the floor of the House. The first one will be moved by Momba, Member of Parliament, who is Fred Jatila, who is the chairperson of the Planning and Budgeting Committee, urging this House to adopt the report of the Planning and Budgeting Committee on the effects of illicit financial flows on the budget and its sustainability for the second session of the 13th National Assembly. And this document was laid on the table of the House on the 5th of June 2023.
The second motion will be moved by Mufumbwe, Member of Parliament, Mr. Elliot Kamondo, and who is the chairperson of the Committee on Government Assurances, urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Government Assurances for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 6th June 2023.
If the House consider those two reports, there will be resumption of question for oral answer, which that's question number 277 of 7th June, and it was the Minister was on the floor of the House. As you can see on your screens, as Madam Speaker's procession making way to the chamber, led by the Sergeant at Arms. For me, President Ndovi and Matimba will be together on hand to give you live commentaries. Cross over to the floor of the House for the commencement of today's business.
Madam Speaker.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. I have one announcement to make, and this announcement arises from what has transpired in the last 2 days in the manner that we are discharging our duties and responsibilities. Honorable members, I wish to guide the House on 2 important rules of procedure, namely points of order and matters of urgent public importance, under Standing Orders 131 and 134 respectively. It has been observed that some honorable members still do not seem to know when and how to raise each of these matters. 1. Points of order. Under Standing Order 131. Honorable members, a point of order is principally raised when there is a breach of procedure by another member. It cannot and should not be used to debate or require or request another member to speak in a particular way. Further, a point of order cannot be raised because a minister has not answered a question to the satisfaction of the questionnaire. Honorable members, in order to successfully raise the point of order, it is imperative to observe the following steps. 1. Ask yourself which rule or law on privilege has been breached by another member. 2. Once the rule or law on privilege alleged breach has been identified, you indicate electronically that you would like to raise a point of order. When the Honorable Speaker recognizes you, raise the point of order by firstly citing the standing order or law that has allegedly been breached. And 4, then state what the breach is and end with, Madam or Mr. Speaker, I seek your ruling. Honorable members, in citing the rule, it is not sufficient to simply state, for example, Standing Order 65. A member must state a specific paragraph of the Standing Order 65 that has allegedly been breached. For instance, if Standing Order 65(1)(a) is being relied upon, then a point of order should be raised in the following manner. Madam or Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 65-1A requires that a member confines his or her debate to the subject under discussion. Is then the honorable member on the floor in order to embark on a cross-country debate? Madam, Mr. Speaker, I seek your ruling. That is just an example on how a point of order can be raised. Honorable members should not debate their points of order before or after raising it. A point of order must be precise. 2. Matters of urgent public importance under Standing Order 134. Honorable members, the essence of a matter of urgent public importance is to bring to the attention of the House and the Executive a widespread event in the country. The event should not be peculiar to only a small section of the country. The subject matter should not only be clothed with a national character, but also capable of being debated. Its importance should be such that if the executive does not intervene immediately, a catastrophe would befall the nation. For example, floods, droughts, fall armyworms, invasion of locusts are some of the events or instances contemplated by Standing Order 134 as matters of urgent public importance, because they usually affect a large section of society. An outbreak of a disease in a constituency, for example, though urgent and important, cannot be raised as a matter of urgent public importance because it's not debatable and also not widespread. The appropriate tool to employ under such circumstances is question of urgent nature under Standing Order 76. Honorable members, in raising matters under Standing Order 134, be reminded of the following steps. 1. At the appropriate time, indicate electronically that you intend to raise a matter of urgent public importance. 2. The presiding officer will recognize and call you to raise the matter. 3. Start your statement with the phrase, Madam, Mr. Speaker, the matter I wish to raise is directed at Her Honor, the Vice President, or the Minister of whatever ministry. And then 4, state the matter concisely and end by saying, Madam, Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance. Do not debate the matter. I repeat, do not debate the matter. Honorable members, henceforth, the presiding officers will strictly enforce the rules regulating points of order and matters of urgent public importance to ensure proper and smooth transaction of business in the House. I thank you. So we proceed. Matters of urgent public importance. The Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to raise the matter of urgent public importance under Standing Order 134. Madam Speaker, as we are talking now, from Kisasa to Sorowezi, there has been a bad accident which
Order, honorable member, you've just been guided. You've just been guided. Even the manner in which you are starting, you are already out of order. So can we make progress? The honorable member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the people of Luena are not in the habit of raising matters of urgent public importance unless it is very important. Madam Speaker, the nation has been seized by this matter of urgent public importance, which I wish to direct to the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
First of all, honorable member for Luena, you can take your seat. Honorable member for Petauke, you shouted animal farm. Directed at who? No, honorable member for Petauke, please leave the house. Honorable member for Luena, proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The matter of urgent public importance I'm raising is directed to the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. And the matter is to do with an issue that has engulfed the nation in form of a debate. The nation has been subjected to a lot of innuendos, insinuations.
Honorable member for Luena, just state the matter of urgent public. Do not debate. What is the matter? What is the subject matter?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The matter, Madam Speaker, is to do with the alleged missing 65 million kwacha, which was
Order, honorable member for Luena, you can take your seat. That matter, we have already asked the Honorable Minister of Finance to come to the House on Tuesday next week with a ministerial statement. We can't be repeating the same issue several times. So that concludes matters of urgent public importance. I have permitted the acting leader of government business to make a ministerial statement. The acting leader of government business.
oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. As directed by Madam Speaker, following a matter of urgent public importance raised by Honorable Brenda Nyirenda, MP, Lundazi constituency, I wish to provide an update on the status of the broken down bridge connecting Chasefu and Lundazi districts. Madam Speaker, government through the Road Development Agency, RDA, awarded several transport contractors a contract worth 417,108,471.29 way to work on the Lundazi Chasef Road. The start date for the contract was 26 January 2016 and completion date was 25th July 2020. Initially, the contract was awarded to several transport contractors was to upgrade the road to bituminous standards, but due to financial constraints, the road was downgraded to gravel. The contractor did 80% of the work, and due to financial constraints, the contract period lapsed. Madam Speaker, the current situation is that the Lundazi Chasef Road is no longer on contract, as the contract awarded to several transport contractors lapsed, as earlier alluded to and there's no budgetary allocation for the road in the 2023 budget. However, the Road Development Agency, RDA, is attending to all critical points on the Lundazi-Chasef Road, which includes the Tigone crossing point. RDA, through the provincial office and using its contingency funds, is currently on the ground working on a portion of the road that is 30 kilometers away from Tigone. And the Tigone crossing point will be the next to be worked on. Madam Speaker, as an immediate measure, RDA will construct a concrete reinforced drift, considering that the water levels are low. This will facilitate the safe flow of traffic over the crossing point. As a long-term measure, Madam Speaker, RDA will put up a culvert on the Tigone crossing point. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the acting leader of government business. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Lundazi to ask a follow-up question after the ministerial statement from the leader of business. The people of Lundazi and Chesefu are grateful for the stopgap measure which the government is planning to put in place. However, Madam Speaker, anything that is temporal is not very good enough, especially that this is a road which helps our people to move up to Chama. And you find that buses now will eventually be able to fail to go to Chasefu and Chama. Honorable Minister, or the acting leader of business, that road has been flagged off even by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia. Now that you are talking about the temporal works which are going to be done, when do the people of Lundazi, Chasefu and Chama expect to have this road and the bridges permanently done? I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honorable Madam Nyirenda for that question. Indeed, as you have observed, the measures in place are merely temporal. But within that, at that crossing point, as I indicated in the report, there's a concrete drift. A concrete drift means that it's a depression which is concretized so that if water passes over, it remains intact, and therefore people still be able to cross. Because as we are told, the water levels never get to be very high. However, specifically to the question of when this can be done, we are about to enter the budgeting session, and please lobby, Madam MP, do lobby so that this issue can also be considered as we do the 2024 budget. The budget session is just about to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, as you ask points of clarification, please remember not to debate. The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, if I heard you correctly or right, you said 80% of the works were done by the contractor on this road. Are you in a position to send back your engineers to ascertain whether 80% of the works were done on this road? Because what we know is that not even 5%
Now,
of the works
Honorable
were done.
Member for Chairman North, you are answering your own question. Just ask a point of clarification. Don't provide an answer. The Honorable Acting Leader, you are done? Honorable Member for Chairman, you have asked?
Yes, I want to find out if he, because we don't believe it's 80%. So is he in a position to send engineers to ascertain whether 80% of the work was truly done, to avoid misinforming the people of Chama, Chasefu, and Rundas?
Thank
I
you.
submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, 80% is the report that we have received from RDA. In view of what you are saying, yes, we will pass on the message to the Minister of Infrastructure to go and verify whether in fact it was 80% or something less. So, yes, your question and desire has been taken. We'll pass it over to the relevant authorities. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that statement. Honorable Minister, this road is very critical because of its proximity to the port of Dar es Salaam for the entire Eastern Province and neighboring countries. So my question is, you have said that emergency works are taking place, which I'm aware. Has the government provided enough resources so that RDA is able to do a good job from up to Muyombe Tunnel? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable. Yes, for the specific tasks that has been identified, adequate resources have been provided for. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chasefu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving the special people of Chasefu an opportunity to ask a follow-up question on the leader of business in the House. Madam Speaker, I came back on Friday last week. When I hear 80% work done, I feel uncomfortable because the government is not given adequate information or accurate information. Madam Speaker, it's difficult for me to ask a question without giving meat to eat. So I'll ask, Honorable Minister, is he aware that RDA currently, who are on site doing a stretch from Egichkeni to Kulamaembe, that they are not working because of, I'm sure, lack of resources? How do we expect them to work on the two crossing points which have been damaged? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Leader of Government Business.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and thank you, Honorable. You are saying that the RDA team in place is not working. They are not doing any work at all. We'll check on that and verify whether it is in fact resources or something else that is responsible. So we will check. May I also request that you also do your own independent verification and let us know what your findings are. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, just wanted to know the cost of these temporal works. How much will it cost the Republic? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Honorable. I apologize, I don't have that detail with me, but if later on in this session the officers who are here have the information, I'll come back to it. Thank you.
I was just looking behind to see whether the officers are there. The officers should be proactive. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the privilege to ask a follow-up question to the Acting Leader of Government Business. Madam Speaker, in the past when we've requested RDA to undertake emergency works, we've been told that money is not available in the suspense account. I want to find out from the Acting Leader of Government Business, who is also the Minister of Finance, if the resources are indeed available for these emergency works. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Leader of Government Business.
Madam Speaker, I did indicate earlier on that RDA is provided resources for this work. Therefore, I can only presume, I cannot be very sure, but I can only presume that, in fact, the resources may just have been delayed, but they will be available for the work. Thank you.
The Honorable Member from Sanzala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving the good people of Sanzala this chance to ask a follow-up question directed to the Acting Leader of Government Business. The question is, how much was paid to the contractor for the works which he did, which is reported to be at 80%, and how much is remaining to be paid to him? Thank you very much.
The Honorable Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think the questions are, I think we have to remember that these questions were targeted at the Leader of the Government House, which generally tend to be questions of a general policy nature. When you get to those kind of levels of details, I would advise my colleagues to raise separate questions for the Minister responsible, who can provide the details. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you said that the remedial measure on the Tigone crossing point is a reinforced concrete drift, and later it will be supported by a concrete culvert. What is the rationale behind putting a reinforced concrete drift now, when in the next 3 months we'll have the rains? We'll have the rains. Why not right now put a permanent solution by putting portal frames at that Tigone crossing point? Is the challenge due to money or what? Thank you.
I don't know if the Honorable Leader of Acting Leader of Government Business has gotten the question. The Honorable Acting Leader of Government Business may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honorable. Recall when I was giving this statement, I said that there is no budgeted resources under the 2023 budget to fix the roads to the levels or to that we desire. They aren't. But given the emergency situation, that's when it was decided some resources must be extracted from somewhere to make the place passable. In making the place passable, first step is to put the drift there. I repeat, the job of the drift is on a place that gets waterlogged, you put a concrete, reinforced concrete, so that even if there's a little bit of water flowing across, the place does not become too muddy or slippery because it's concrete underneath. Okay? And we are told that the water level there, it never gets too high. So in terms of dealing with emergency, that should be adequate. I also say that the next step would be to make a concrete culvert there, meaning that now there will be a, what do they call them? Is it a ditch or a tunnel dug underneath, and on top you put concrete so that water flows underneath. The third step, of course, is when the money is available, and I urge the Honorable to lobby under the 2024 to do the full engineering works. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we appreciate the Leader of Business for all the answers that you are giving to the people of Lundazi. However, I wanted to find out how long are these remedial works going to take so that our people can be able to use the same facility at Tigoni.
Thank you. The Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. RGA having deployed manpower there to deal with the emergency situation, it is my expectation that those emergency interventions should be completed before the onset of the rain season. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Question for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The Honorable Member for Lumezi. Honorable Member for Lumezi. Since the Honorable Member for Lumezi is not in the House, the question lapses. The next question, Honorable Member for Mongu Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 279. Thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Mongu Central asked the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development whether the government has any plans to upgrade the following markets in Mongu Central parliamentary constituents. Black, which is a market, and the green market. If so, when the plans will be implemented. Madam Speaker, the response. In responding to the question raised by the Honorable Member, Mr. Amtike, I wish to inform this August House that government has plans to upgrade the following markets in Mongu Central parliamentary constituents, black market and green market. The plans will be implemented in 2023/2024 subject to availability of funds. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Mongu, do you have any?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The people of Mongu Central are very delighted to hear that this government assurance that they will receive modern markets in the year 2023-2024. I would like, therefore, to find out what these plans include in developing this market. Are you able to state what kind of modern infrastructure you are going to build in Mongu Central? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, the ministry has a standard where markets are being constructed, especially that Mongu is a capital of that province, so it will be like what has been done in other provincial centers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chembe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, have you already done the feasibility study for that expansion of the market, looking at the period that you are talking of implementing the markets in question? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, as a ministry, we are in the process and will come back to the House to inform the House.
The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, a follow-up question directed to the Acting Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. Minister, you've assured the people of Mongo that works will be done 2023-2024. Are you able to inform the public which funding will be utilized for this project? Are you going to use it constituency development funds, or central government has put a separate budget line for these activities, so that the people are assured when these works will be undertaken? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, as a ministry, we do have plans to raise funds towards the construction of that market, but as well we do have funds in the constituency development, so we can still partly use those funds.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Pambashe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, government expenditure are subject to consolidated account, Control 99, whose approval is done by this Parliament. I want the Minister to confirm, he said subject to the availability of funds. Have these funds been budgeted for in 2023, or you plan to budget for them in the year 2024? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
It's in the coming budget planning, 2024, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. No, notice of motion. The Honorable Member for Momba. Order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do adopt the report of the Planning and Budgeting Committee for the second session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Monday, 5th June 2023.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Chama South. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Planning and Budgeting Committee on the effects of illicit financial flows on the budget and its sustainability for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Monday, 5th June 2023. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Momba.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 195-4, the committee undertook a study on the effects of illicit financial flows on the budget and its sustainability. Madam Speaker, let me indicate from the outset that public resource mobilization is a solution to assuring a balanced budget and an indispensable strategy that the government has to use in its implementation of social sector spending, poverty reduction, and public service provision. However, the government fails to achieve a balanced and credible budget due to numerous factors resulting in budget deficit. Madam Speaker, one of the many drivers of high budget deficit is illicit financial flows, which is money that is illegally earned, transferred, or utilized, or the illegal movement of money or capital from one country to the other. Illicit financial flows have an adverse effect on the budget and its sustainability. Madam, it is noteworthy that illicit financial flows have a crippling effect on the societies and economies, not only in Africa, but also at a global scale. According to a report by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, it was reported that between 2001 and 2010, an estimated US dollars 86.6 billion left Africa as illicit capital flight. Furthermore, a report of the high-level panel on illicit financial flows from Africa, copper accounted for 80% of illicit financial flows in Zambia, while the nation accounted for about 65% of illicit financial flows on the African continent. Madam Speaker, I'm confident that honorable members have had the occasion to peruse the report of the committee on the effects of illicit financial flows on the budget and its sustainability. I will therefore only highlight very few salient issues. Number one, Madam Speaker, the government must enhance its efforts to own and manage the mines. Madam Speaker, the committee was extremely disturbed to observe the mechanized and syndicated illegal mining that is being undertaken at Konkola copper mines with extreme impunity in broad daylight. The committee acknowledges government's resolve to reduce dependence on the mining sector, considering that it is a wasting asset, but instead invest more in agriculture, tourism, and manufacturing. The committee notes that the mining sector remains the country's panacea to its quest for diversification. In as much as this has not come to fruition 58 years after independence, as the country has continued to get a road deal. In light of this, the committee recommends that the government must ramp up its efforts to ensure true ownership and management of the mines. Madam, dividends emanating from the mines must first benefit the Zambians, then there would be investors. The committee therefore recommends that the government should consider limiting the mining activities by foreigners in green fields, not until there is sufficient capacity to mine and sell the minerals to the betterment of the citizens. Number two, Madam Speaker, the lack of investment in laboratory services, technology, and monitoring capacity of the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development. The committee observes that the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development is not present throughout the country. There are only 6 mining bureaus. This has led to increased illegal mining activities, which aid illicit financial flows. The committee also observes that the ministry only tests samples of minerals for export using an X-ray fluorescence, which examines only the surface of the samples, as opposed to examining the whole consignment earmarked for export. In light of this, Madam Speaker, the committee strongly recommends that the government should ensure that the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development has presence throughout the mining value chain and the country at large. The committee further recommends that the government should ensure that the ministry invests in modern and state-of-the-art technology. Number three, Madam Speaker, I enact a single comprehensive law to govern financial and economic crimes. The committee observes that there is a robust legal framework with isolated pieces of legislation that individually speak to different economic crimes without a comprehensive legislation to govern economic crimes in Zambia. Furthermore, the isolated pieces of legislation are not aligned holistically to address how and in which court financial and economic crimes may be prosecuted. The committee therefore recommends that as a matter of urgency, the government should enact a single law designed to specifically govern financial and economic crimes. The committee is of the view that this will make it easier not only for law enforcement agencies and the courts to investigate and prosecute, but also for the citizens to clearly identify and set parameters of what constitutes economic offenses. Number four, Madam Speaker, modernize the operations of investigative wings, and enhance their capacity. The committee observes that the fight against illicit financial flows is a complex undertaking, and that perpetrators are often a step ahead of the investigative wings. This is exhibited by the fact that most of the investigating wings lack modern systems and equipment to track and monitor financial transactions and illicit financial flows. In light of this, the committee recommends that the government should ensure that there is adequate and continuous support in terms of technological and advancement and human resource to be used to be able to undertake complex financial investigations. The committee further recommends that the government should ensure that investigative wings operate independently without any due political interference. Number 5, Madam Speaker, install state-of-the-art equipment at borders. The committee observes with concern that there are no baggage scanners at Chirundu, Mokambo, and Kasumbalesa borders. As a result, officers from the Zambia Revenue Authority and other agencies fail to physically inspect individual luggage due to the brevity of the time. The committee further observes that this creates a loophole for people to conceal and smuggle items such as illegally earned money. In light of this, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that as a matter of urgency, the government should install baggage scanners at the 3 border posts and other borders countrywide. In addition, the government must install scanners to detect minerals before export at all borders to ensure that all revenue leakages are sealed. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I wish to place on the record sincere appreciation to the stakeholders who provided information to the committee. Gratitude also is extended to the Office of the Clerk for the support rendered to the committee. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Madam Speaker, in seconding the motion that has been ably moved by the chairperson of the committee, urging the House to adopt the report of your committee on the effects of illicit financial flows on the budget and its sustainability, which was laid on the 5th of June 2023, I will now comment on few issues that were not covered in the chairperson's speech. Madam Speaker, 1, management of Konkola Copper Mines, KCM. In agreeing with the chairperson on the need for the government to enhance its control and management of the mines, Madam Speaker, it was observed that Konkola Copper Mines, when it, through its company called Vendetta, when it acquired that mine, they found concentrates worth or in excess of about $60 million. They bought that mine at $25 million. Already mined concentrates were in excess of $60 million. All Vendetta did was to set up a concentrator to process already mined concentrates and managed to realize money in excess of $60 million, probably within a year or two, paid off the government. Instead of investing into mining and exploration, they decided to invest in processing of concentrates from other mines, including mines from DRC. The Zambian government reminded Vendetta that they should instead also get involved in mining. Not only once, but twice they failed to adhere to that commitment, resulting in them being put on care and maintenance. And this is what led to what we saw the government taking over KCM. Madam Speaker, clearly the witness, which was KCM management, indicated that government should never try to bring back vendetta. And the Minister of Mines, I hope is here, is listening. That vendetta, if brought back to KCM, I think that will be the end of the new dawn on the copper belt in terms of support. I have to state this. Instead, the government has to ensure that they inject capital into KCM, which is now ably run by the Zambians, and they've since gone ahead to involve themselves into mining activities. Another issue, Madam Speaker, that was not covered by the chairperson is the encroachment on KCM land. In 2017, the government then gave a license on KCM mining rights to a company called Sensele Mining. And the people, or cadres, started mining there. When this new Dawn government took over, for them, they've even gone further to equip this Sensele mine. Is it
Sensele or Kasensele?
It's Sensele. What is written here? Don't confuse me. It's Sensele, not Kasensele. No, it's Sensele. They've equipped them with equipment, all sorts of mining equipment, dump trucks, excavators, and when they mine, the resources they are not accounted for. So it's very important, Madam Speaker, if you you look at the international report on illicit financial outflows from Africa, $88.6 billion. Out of that $88.6 billion, 60% is coming from Zambia. Out of that 60%, 80% is coming from the mines. Madam Speaker, it's very important that the President and the government look into this area. Another area of concern, Madam Speaker, is the declaration of the money that comes into our country through these borders. Our law requires that any money above $5,000 should be able to be declared when it's being brought into the country. But this is voluntary. It's not mandatory. As a result, if you check the figures that have gone through in a year, Mokambo border is in excess of $1 billion. This is the money that was legally declared to have entered the country, but it is not tracked in our financial system, thereby posing a risk that our country is actually being used as a center of illicit financial outflows abroad. Madam Speaker, the other point that I would like to augment with the chairperson is that of our borders not being well managed, particularly Chirundu. When we are exporting, Madam Speaker, what has been learned is that we do not have staff on our side to check for all the exports. But the exit countries like Zimbabwe, they are the ones who check on our exports. This has posed a great challenge for us to actually know what exactly is being exported. Last and not the least, this country is producing gold, and this gold is produced in quite huge quantities. What happens, for example, now at Kasenseli, maybe Orumwana, where my friends wanted to mention, when the gold is mined there, it is taken to South Africa for processing, then brought back into the country through Bank of Zambia to be kept as our national strategic reserve. as the tracing mechanism to trace the value of that gold and the quantities, we do not have as a country, particularly to do with the gold that is produced by the mines such as Rumwana and the Kansanshi. This gold is exported in form of copper ingot, processed abroad, and they are paid abroad. Madam Speaker, we need as a country to look at this problem as a matter of urgency so that resource is mobilized for our country. I beg to second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any further debate? As members are debating, please let's stick to the report. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Thank you so much. My old friend, Honorable Fred Chatila, and his Planning and Budget Committee have brought an important report to the House. Effects of illicit financial flows on the budget and its sustainability. Madam Speaker, I intend to speak very briefly. I'm interested in only 2 points, one point found on page 7 of the report and another on page 21. Let me just indicate that this report relates to the second session of the 13th National Assembly, which is a period between September of 2022 and August of 2023. That is the relevant period for this report. Madam Speaker, my colleagues highlight on page 7 reasons why illicit financial flows exist in our country. And they tell us commercial transactions are part of the reason, criminal drivers are in there, government corruption is one of them, non-beneficial information about owners of companies. The colleague was just seconding this report is asking about Sensele Mining. So if you don't know who the owner of Sensele Mining, it is a reason there are illicit financial flows, lack of beneficial owner information. Madam Speaker, commercial transactions are a big problem because when people are undertaking their commercial transactions, they tend to hide certain information. Information on invoices, information on exports, on imports. Some of these informations are actually distorted in order to advantage people who engage in commercial activities, but also government corruption. And for us, this is a big issue. Madam Speaker, 6.1 billion kwacha reported in the FIC report for 2022 to have been stolen money. So you get to see that government corruption is a big issue. Auditor General's report leaked at SEC, highlighting
a point of order,
corruption.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
There is a point of order. The Honorable Minister of Justice, what is the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order 65 on content and relevance of debate. The the Honourable Member of Parliament that's debating on the floor of the House has referred to a FIC report and suggested the content of that report, but has not laid the report on the table of the House for that factual or otherwise assertion to be determined. I seek your ruling, Madam Speaker, if the Honourable Member is in order. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that point of order. Honorable members, as we started the debate, I guided that the debate should be more aligned to what the report is saying. Honorable Member for Lunte, you have referred to a FIC report which you have mentioned certain figures which are not in this report that is being considered before this Honorable House. So under the circumstances, Honorable Member, in reference to that issue of the 6-point-something billion contained in the FIC report. Do you have that report which you can lay before this House?
Just to answer your question, Madam Speaker, without debating, there is a procedure to lay documents on the table.
So since the procedure was not followed, you cannot refer to that document because it's not before this Honorable House. So please stick to the report that is being considered. Be factual, stick to the report. Do not introduce anything new. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, government corruption in 2022 and 2023 is one of the reasons why there are illicit financial flows. And we may have observed from reports that this is happening. We should try to encourage ourselves to reduce government corruption so that the Minister of Finance can mobilize more money to direct towards government programs. Madam Speaker, let me move to my second point, which you will find on page 21 of the report. Poor and lack of consistent reviews and monitoring of operations of the mine by Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development. This, Madam Speaker, led to the poor performance of the mine. Now, you can imagine, Madam Speaker, at a time when we are having so many difficulties, not only on the Copper Belt province, but nationwide, and that is financial-wise. At a time when our economy is in dire need of forex, then a mine which should be assisting in producing forex is poorly managed. Ministry of Mines, a government ministry failing, Madam Speaker, to consistently review performance and monitor the operations, when in fact this mine is under the government. Madam Speaker, the reason we are having these problems at KCM is poor management by government, according to the report that is on the floor right now. It is my recommendation to the UPND government that become consistent in the review of the performance of this mine so that the people on the Copper Belt can begin to benefit from the existence of that mine over there. The people of Zambia can begin to benefit at maximum from the existence of that mine. Madam Speaker, it is very, very important. It's a no-brainer. This mine, which is under liquidation, must be managed better. And the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development must not focus only on giving endless concessions to investors who are mining elsewhere. They must also focus on the assets which are already belonging in the hands of the Zambian people, so that what we can have is maximization of wealth for the people of Zambia. Madam Speaker, one of the reasons why we may have Sensele, which is an unknown in that mine, is because of poor reviews. I urge the government, the Ministry of Mines, as you review, find out who owns Sensele mining. Find out so that the Zambian people can become aware. You can't have equipment in the mine sitting there belonging to an organization whose owners you don't know. It's not in order, Madam Speaker. So clearly it's my recommendation, go and find out who owns Sensele so that the people of Zambia can become aware, and when they become aware, then we will know why even all these problems surrounding the mines are actually perpetuating. Madam Speaker, I wish to support my honorable colleague's report. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear when you said go and find out. I don't know, was it referring to me? Thank you. Thank you very much. For purposes of balancing the debate, I will be moving up and down. So the next debater will be the Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Let me, Madam Speaker, thank the Honorable Member for Momba, the Chairperson of Budget and Planning Committee, for ably moving this motion, and also the seconder of the motion, Honorable Mungandu. Madam Speaker, the issue of illicit financial flows cannot be overemphasized, and this vice, Madam Speaker, hampers development to the larger extent. It's imperative that we have an adequate legal framework to curb such vices as illicit financial flows, because, Madam Speaker, even as we look at the effects it has on budget, illicit financial flows entails that there's tax evasion, and also it reduces the tax base, which also, Madam Speaker, culminates that we have lower domestic revenue mobilization to that effect. And when we have that effect, Madam Speaker, it entails that the government cannot adequately have tax revenue from various institutions. But however, Madam Speaker, this vice is mostly perpetuated by multinationals, especially those who are in the extractive industry such as mines. That's why it's important as a government to ensure that we have the adequate legal framework to curb such vices. Madam Speaker, how do illicit financial flows affect development? In a larger extent, you have multinational companies, especially mines, who, when they make their money in countries such as Zambia, and they export their revenue to lower tax havens where they ensure that they maximize their profits. So this, Madam Speaker, is not a small issue. It's important that we build capacity in our various institutions such as Zambia Revenue Authority. We build capacity in such institutions as the Office of the Auditor General to ensure that they can adequately audit these mines, and also that Zambia Revenue Authority can adequately collect these taxes. I'm happy to state that we have such a department at Zambia Revenue Authority. But, Madam Speaker, the issue of illicit financial flows, it's a highly technical way in which some of these companies are using to elude taxes. There are issues of capital flight, in which companies, when they make money in our countries, which are endowed with a lot of natural resources, is taken out of the country, and then we start grappling on our much-needed tax revenue. Madam Speaker, these are perpetuated through commercial transactions, like alluded to by my other colleagues, misinvoicing, transfer pricing, and these, like I've said earlier, are highly technical. That's why I'm emphasizing on issue of capacity building. We had the same theme which we looked at the AUC, in which they're looking at robust mechanisms which can be used by member states to ensure that we curb this vice of illicit financial flows, which are a detriment to development in our various nations. So it's important, Madam Speaker, I've looked at the report which has been brought before the floor of this House, and a lot of issues have been highlighted in that very good report. But let me emphasize especially on the issue of capacity building and legal framework, because yes, we've got laws such as the anti-money laundering, and so many others, the Financial Intelligence Act, and so many others. But, Madam Speaker, let me ask them to say that they are not adequate to curb illicit financial flows. That's why it's important as a country, because we are losing a lot of revenue. Madam Speaker, let me now just comment on the political will. It's important that you have a strong political will, like we have of the New Dawn government, to ensure that we curb illicit financial flows. Because it comes in threefold, Madam Speaker. There are tax incentives, which us as politicians we give to people who come to invest through the investment in our country. When we give these incentives, we are lowering our tax base, which now hamper on the domestic resource mobilization, which in turn will ensure that we don't have adequate funds also to go into our budget, and also it affects our GDP. So, Madam Speaker, in my conclusion, it's very, very important as a nation, as Africa under AUC, to ensure that we come up with these mechanisms and robust legal framework to ensure that we curb illicit financial flows, because this is a highly sophisticated avenue in which our colleagues who come to invest in our various countries use to externalize funds to that effect. Madam Speaker, let me conclude here and just thank my honorable colleague and support that this report be adopted. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my comments to the report of the committee on the effects of illicit financial flows on the budget. Madam Speaker, the report highlights a number of issues that contribute to these illicit financial flows on the budget. The report further suggests that maybe government should reduce its dependence on agriculture and instead, on mining, and instead look at agriculture. My view there, Madam Speaker, would be that both mining and agriculture can be carried out at the same time. I think what is required is to maximize benefit from these two economic activities. When we look at the mining sector, for instance, Madam Speaker, some of the challenges that we faced in the mining sector has been to be able to collect the correct taxes from the mines. Madam Speaker, mining is becoming sophisticated by the day, and sometimes because of modern mining methods, our local capacity is unable to collect the proper taxes from the mines because of the methods that have been utilized. Madam Speaker, previously, because of the sophistication and sometimes non-disclosure by these mines, governments have implemented certain measures like mineral royalty tax, on mining, to ensure that even when there is non-disclosure, the net benefit to the Zambians is that they must be able to collect something. Now, the example we have, Madam Speaker, on non-disclosure, we have a company or an operation under government care called Konkola Copper Mines. And yet there is another mining operation within KCM which does not even disclose its activities. It's very, very unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that we can have a full mining operations without any disclosure in a country that is fighting corruption, in a country that is pushing an agenda to be transparent. So the revelation by the report on Sensele mining activity must be taken seriously. I will take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, that further investigations must be made, and all those investigative wings should move in and come back with a report as to exactly what this particular mining activity under Sensele mines is all about. Madam Speaker, the challenges regarding corruption in the mining sector may not be so much about lack of capacity. Madam Speaker, modern corruption, like we have said before, on the floor of this House, will come in form of policy, legislation, and administration. So it becomes very difficult, Madam Speaker, because a bill will be brought to this House. We will debate and pass it into law. and yet that particular law will support the outflows of money outside the country. One would argue that yes, this is the law, so everything is being done within the law. The real test, Madam Speaker, of modern corruption, the corruption that would come through policy, administration, and legislation, the standard test to carry out is a particular policy or law in favor of the Zambian citizens, or is it in favor of private capital? For as long as the benefits, Madam Speaker, weigh more towards private capital, we must begin to question. Otherwise, we'll always chase after the wind. And this is the reason why we have been having a lot of challenges in the mining sector. So it is very important that as a country, we take a lot of interest in what is on policies and legislation in the mining sector. The report highlights that we may have to limit the incentives that are given to these mines going forward, but I want to insist, the starting point is to look at the policies. We must look at the legislation and see to whose benefit these policies and legislation are. So, Madam Speaker, the issue of corruption, government corruption, remains key in ensuring that we plug the illicit financial flows that are currently being experienced. So with those few comments, Madam Speaker, I wish to support the report on the floor of the House. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to support the adoption of this report, which has been ably moved by the Honorable Member for Momba. Madam Speaker, I'll restrict my comments on this report mainly on the major observations of your committee with regards to loss of resources, financial flows. Madam Speaker, when you look at page 24 of the report, it seeks to also recommend that we must find a way of restricting the exportation of copper ores and copper cathodes. Madam Speaker, Zambia has been mining copper for over a century, but we still don't have equipment, sufficient equipment and technology to determine whether we're truly exporting cathodes or truly exporting copper ores. And your report notes that the declarations made by the recipient countries are always at variance with declarations made by our local authorities here, like ZRA. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I do support this, that in ensuring that we do not have these continuous financial flows, there is need for us to strictly look at increasing investment in developing value chains that do processing of copper ores and cathodes locally, as opposed to encouraging investment which just externalizes the raw material. Madam Speaker, your committee also notes that Section 68 of the Anti-Corruption Act, number 3 of 2012, which provides indemnity for those who abrogate the law, is also a provision of the law that encourages people to engage themselves in corrupt practices because they know that if they agree to pay back, they can be forgiven. Madam Speaker, Zambia has laid out an ambitious target from 850,000 metric tons to about 3 million metric tons of copper in the next 10 years. This target, Madam Speaker, must be supported with corresponding amendments to policy. Currently, Madam Speaker, Zambia has got no beneficial ownership of mines policy. That is why when we hear figures that we are having $350 million investment in mines, it means nothing because that investment is an investment in a mine you don't own. When we look at other jurisdictions like Botswana and Namibia, they have capped ownership at 50%. Therefore, Madam Speaker, if we hand over ownership of the leading contributor of GDP to a foreign entity, clearly we are allowing the continuous loss of finances through illicit transactions. And Madam Speaker, it is very surprising that we spend more time as governments looking for money from our own people when we're losing billions from foreign entities. I think there is need for a change of attitude to understand that this is the grand corruption here, where the country continues to lose mines, and part of the reasons here talks of commercial transactions, criminal drivers, corruption, and lack of beneficial ownership. And Madam Speaker, also I'd like to take this opportunity, as I support this report, to urge the executive to really come to this House and come up with a Financial and Economic Crimes Act, which really should address the financial crimes that are being promulgated in this report. We now have a Financial Crimes Court, which is a great step, but the jurisdiction of that court, we must also have a subsidiary legislation brought to this House so that that court should not only address politicians, it should address foreign entities that are not paying taxes, that are evading taxes. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to also note that your committee takes notice that there is need to decentralize the issuance of export permits. This is to enable smallholder businesses, whether it's smallholder farmers, small-scale miners, so that these people are protected from briefcase businessmen who buy from them and get a permit from Lusaka. Therefore, having permits being issued from Lusaka, when you have mines in Northwestern, you have mines in Copperbelt, now we have mines in Mpika, we hear that there's now gold in Lumezi. So in addressing this issue, there is need to decentralize the issuance of permits so that we can stop this insulation that all this should sit in Lusaka. Madam Speaker, your committee has adequately described that in changing or reducing these illicit financial flows, we do not need to continue speaking and giving good speeches. We need to change the systems, Madam Speaker. Even the watchdog institutions, like the Anti-Corruption Commission, all these institutions need to be strengthened and should be devoid of influence from the executive so that there could be checks and balances. Even institutions like the DEC, the people that lead institutions of that nature, their appointments should also be subject to parliamentary ratification, as is the case with other institutions. Madam Speaker, I wish to submit that I support the adoption of this report. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to the people of Luena to add their voice to this very important issue as proposed in the report presented by the chairman of the Budget and Planning Committee and seconded by Honorable Mungandu. Madam Speaker, just to make sure we place this matter into its perspective, it's important to restate what this report is actually about. It's on the impact of illicit financial flows on the budget and its sustainability. Now, what are we talking about when we are referring to illicit financial flows? We are talking about money that gets into the system but without being captured officially, which means that the government, for all intents and purposes, could be working thinking it has 100 billion kwacha in circulation when there is 200 billion in circulation. That, Madam Speaker, if it were to be the case, would seriously undermine the budget sustainability and the economy as a whole. So it's very important that this issue of illicit financial flows is dealt with effectively. Now, what would result if we were to fail to manage these illicit financial flows? What would result, Madam Speaker, is that if the government does not have got adequate information on how much cash in whichever currencies, forex and local currency, is in circulation, it means government would be hamstrung when it comes to taking intervening measures, such as managing inflation. You can't manage inflation if you don't know how much cash is in circulation. You can't manage the exchange rate if you do not know how much forex comes in and how much forex goes out. Now, how have we got to this situation where this matter warrants serious attention? Madam Speaker, we have got a raft of laws. The Finca Act, we have the Forfeiture of Proceeds of Crime Act, and many other acts that have been listed in the report. But still, we still have got a challenge with this issue. What is it that's missing, Madam Speaker? The people of Luena would like to submit that what's missing is systems that talk to each other. Madam Speaker, one would be reminded that for us in an economy such as this one, for any individual, Madam Speaker, to end up with 100 million kwacha cash in their house, it means something is wrong somewhere. Because that amount of money in a system which is functioning effectively would have been impossible to get legally. And I'm sure when this matter is dealt with next week, the Minister of Finance will indicate where actually this money came from and whether it was already officially circulating or not. Because that gives signs to the effect that we have a challenge with illicit financial flows in the country. And if not managed effectively, could seriously disenable or make it very difficult for the government to manage the economic affairs. Madam Speaker, when you take intervening measures such as increasing interest rates, monetary or physical measures, you are expecting a certain level of responsiveness from the economy. But that only happens if your measures are based on the actual situation obtaining on the ground. For example, when you increase interest rates, you might be hoping that people's behavioral attitudes, such as either spending more or investing more or saving more, will result so that you control inflation. But if there are uncontrolled illicit financial flows, none of that will happen because the economy will not respond. And that places the economy at a risk of serious jeopardy. Madam Speaker, the issue of Senseli mine is something that has been going on since the MMD days. And our colleagues that were in government, Madam Speaker, allowed it to continue exactly in the same way. We do not know why. Why is it that illicit mining has become so sophisticated in some of the parts of the country, such that we have got illicit mining, illegal mining, followed by illicit copper processing, followed by illicit copper transportation, illicit exporting, and then the money eventually gets back into this country. Where are our watchdog institutions when all this is happening? It cannot be, Madam Speaker, that we have got all these laws, but we are still talking about copper being exported illegally and people being allowed to enjoy the proceeds of these illicitly obtained cash flows. Madam Speaker, just a quick walk around Lusaka will tell you some of the signs, or will show you some of the signs of what happens or how easy it is for people to clean their money through what appears to be normal economic activities. It is completely possible to build a filling station and get it operational without you having any indication of you having dealt with a bank, as we speak today. People are building malls, Madam Speaker, in 2-3 weeks because they had stacks and stacks of cash seated, packed in their homes, as we know from some of the examples that we have witnessed in this country. All this is because the systems to monitor the flow of cash at some point were either deliberately left to be weak, or people were ignoring these activities, or even worse, they were perpetuating these activities for their benefits. Madam Speaker, even as we support this report, we would like to urge that measures must be put in place to ensure that the ability of individuals to enjoy without being disturbed the benefits of these illicit flows should be curtailed. It should, for example, not be so easy to just turn up at RATS and register a vehicle with only the papers to do with the procuring of the vehicle, but without any indication of the money that was used to procure that asset. It should not be possible to walk into Chilanga Cement and procure 200 bags of cement and go and build a mansion in the bush. Mansions are being around Lusaka, Madam Speaker, because people had hoarded stocks and stocks of cash, which they obtained in a manner that I'm sure they would not have loved the system to capture. And the first Musonda's case, Madam Speaker, is case in point. That is just a tip of an iceberg. And therefore, the systems need to be strengthened to make sure we do not go into that abyss again. I thank you, Madam Speaker, as we support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shuangando.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving this opportunity also to make a few comments on the motion to adopt a report from the Committee of Planning and Budgeting, ably moved by Honorable Jatila, who is the chairperson, and seconded by Honorable Mungandu. Yes, indeed, Madam Speaker, the effects of illicit flows of funds and the effects on the budget cannot be overemphasized. Indeed, we can avoid borrowing if we can generate resources from the natural capital that we are endowed with as a nation. Madam Speaker, I'll focus my discourse on some of the observations made by your committee, which contributes to this particular challenge we are dealing with. One of the issues they've raised on page 25 of your report is the issue to do with identity fraud, where they are urging government to expedite the rollout of biometric national identity cards. Madam Speaker, as they have rightly put it, the delay in the rollout of the biometric national identity cards will have a ripple negative effect on identifying people that are involved in these activities. The current national registration identity we use is susceptible, Madam Speaker, to forgery, duplication, and therefore can easily be used in the commission of economic crimes as we are speaking. And I would have loved the Minister of Home Affairs to be here so that I could urge him to expedite this process, because all these institutions that are affected by identity fraud, ZRA, the financial sector, were mobilized to come on board to support government to ensure that the financing of this project was not hampered by lack of resources. And I would have loved to urge the Honorable Minister to ensure that they expedite this so that the whole country can be rolled out. Because, Madam Speaker, the fraud starts with identity. And so if you can't properly identify your nationals, it then becomes difficult to seal up the loopholes, because anyone can walk into NAPSA, duplicate IDs, and defraud the institution with huge sums of money. The other issue they've raised, Madam Speaker, on that page is the issue to do with smuggling using airstrips that are dotted in different parts of the country. These airstrips, Madam Speaker, are being used to root our natural capital, be it wildlife, and minerals. And so there's need for the security cluster, Madam Speaker, to use concerted efforts to ensure that these airstrips are monitored and the drones that are now in use are equally monitored, because people can walk in, land in this country, pick the minerals, and take off without being identified. What are we losing? The money that we should be appropriating this house to go to the need areas is not realized, and therefore you can't sustain the budget. You can project, but if you can't finance the projections, it comes to nothing. So it's important, Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, now that you are back, that you look at this report, Honorable Jack Mwimbu, you look at this report, there is an issue there for you regarding the rollout of the biometric identity cards. And so take it up so that we can seal the loopholes properly, but also the issue of the airstrips that are being utilized for smuggling and other illicit activities. The last comment, Madam Speaker, is on the issue of KCM. Your committee, Madam Speaker, is very clear and in supporting what Honorable Mungandu submitted. Your committee, and I'll quote it for what they've said in your report. The committee observes that KCM is only being managed by Zambians without the help of any investor or equity partner. The committee observes that from 2019, KCM has undertaken measures that can help to revamp the actual mining as opposed to depending on the smelter and the feed from the mines and dumped concentrates that were previously mined. The committee observes that KCM requires about 1.2 million US dollars to turn around its operations. And the interesting one, Madam Speaker.
Billion, Honorable.
Billion, Madam Speaker, sorry about that. Madam Speaker, they further say, in light of this, the committee recommends that government should focus on empowering the Zambians to manage the mine and not bring back Vedanta, nor any other investor. The committee is of a considered view that considering that Vedanta had defaulted on the provisions of the mining license, the default notice should be enforced. This is your report, Madam Speaker, and I would like our brother, the Honorable Minister of Mines, to take consideration of the committee recommendations. And so, Madam Speaker, investors must come as equal partners in developing this nation. What we are endowed with is our own natural capital. We, as in government, did not look at what Vedanta was, but we looked at this reason that your committee has highlighted here. And that's what prompted government to part company with that investor. And if there's nothing that they are going to show, Honorable Minister, your committee, which came from there, must be listened to through you, Madam Speaker. So these investors who want to just come here to come and root, to come and make their money without anything living here, we are going to remain with holes there, Madam Speaker. Because where they are exploiting this mineral, we remain with those holes that we need to manage for the rest of our lives. So if we can't if we can't maximize on the resource that's coming from there now, our generations to come will come and want us. So what we are saying, in looking for investors, let's have investors that are going to appreciate that they are going to be partners with us, they are going to contribute to the development of this country than leaving us problems. The Minister of Environment here will have to find money to manage those holes which will be bringing water from down the mines where they're mining, and they would have gone with all that they're going to reap. So, Madam Speaker, it's very important that this issue of KCM is dealt with appropriately, and we urge government not to be swayed by the sweet language that will come from this investor, who is very well known for defaulting, as your report has highlighted. Madam Speaker, with these few remarks, I wish to report the recommendations of your committee. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kalomo Central. Kalomo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. These are moments when I feel very sad to be Zambian and very sad to be an African. We cannot be losing so much money that belongs to us. We are supposed to be a rich continent. We are supposed to be a rich country, but we are not because of these financial flaws. I would define what I read, the meaning of illicit financial flows from, Googling. It says, illegal movement of money, capital from one country to another. It means this money leaves our country. And it does not leave any trace. It does not even go through the tax process. It just goes like that. But my question is, where are the brains to sit down? How can this be so elusive that for 50 years we cannot curb this? Like somebody asked a very important question here. Why have we failed in 50 years to get equipment that can detect all these financial flows at the border and everywhere else? People can come, get money so easily here, take it off without actually any trace, without leaving any impact to the economy. And yet we need so much revenue. The biggest question is, what are we going to do now? For the Minister of Mines, we have a big homework. Me and other Zambians and people from Kalomo, we need that money like yesterday. This can be stopped even without very expensive machines if all of us become very patriotic. And I think in school curriculums, we need to be teaching Zambians to be patriotic, to protect what is theirs. Because you see, even if we have money in a country that is dirty, that is not developed, you won't enjoy that money. You won't. When you go to a country that is well developed, even the little that you have treats you very well. You will go to better hospitals. You will have better roads. You will have better everything. But even if we have money, like Anderson Mazoka said, even if I have money, or I've smelled perfume, and then I'm surrounded by cabbage, that perfume will not be smelled. It will smell like cabbage. So you need a surrounding that is very good. And this should come. It's us Zambians. And every time this happens, we want to blame the government. No. Every one of us from where we are, in these mines, people can elude tax. They can be owing 60 million to ZRA. A Zambian comes, helps them, is given 50,000 kwacha, and 60 million is gone, just like that, which could have benefited the country in terms of medicine and in many areas. We need to change. And I think for me, we need to go back and change the curriculum in schools. Teach Zambians to be patriotic. Teach Africans to value what they have. If today I go and mine, I'll be called an illegal miner because I'm black. The Zambians will not be very comfortable. If today I got equipment and licenses, everything I'm going to mine, the first thing I'll be called is I'm an illegal miner. But when a foreigner comes, is wholly accepted, and he helped to take money freely like that without passing through tax. You ask our accountants who work. I had one young man who worked in a mine in Solwezi, and he resigned on the basis that they were being told to under-declare by other Zambians what was being mined. And we come around as if things are okay. We want to benefit from these mines. And Minister of Mines, with your ministry, come with a comprehensive report, at least attempt to stop this. We need a report here. We cannot be talking year out, year in, same story. No. We need a report on how we can curb this illicit flows, because it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money that we need in the country. We desperately need. This is the revenue we should get in our country. And we are not getting it. And every day it's becoming more sophisticated with the technology because we are not investing more. Where you make money, you must put more money. You cannot invest, we cannot make money without putting money. If you are in business, the more money you put, the more you get. And even in the mines, we must have now a system that will allow us to invest more in equipment to detect a lot of these things we're talking about. So these are things that we're talking about. Even the Sensera mine that we are talking, when did it start? Under MMD. What happened there? Under PF, it was there. It is there now. What is happening? So we can't actually say now everything's the government. I'm doing what is wrong. Then tomorrow I wake up, it's the government. And who is the government? It is us. And I think we need patriotism to defend what is in this country so that all of us can benefit. If we leave it all to a few individuals, then forget. Then forget. Even in football, for you to score, there's a build-up. We don't only allow the striker alone, you know. The goalkeeper must play his role, the midfield, and everybody else. We should love this country and all protect what is ours. So that we can all benefit. Because like I said, you can have perfume, but if you are surrounded by garbage, you will smell like garbage. You will not enjoy that money. No. And this is why we need a good country everywhere. And so let's work together and really come up, because this challenge is not only for Zambia. No, it's not for Zambia. And it must be paid attention to. Parliament has spent money to bring this report. And may I now congratulate Honorable Chatila and the group that did a fantastic job. It's not about politics here. It's about the country and what we need to get. So the question now from this report that I'm asking, what is going to be done? Or is it business as usual? We read the report, we close, and off we go? No. No. We must come with counter methods. We are going to encounter these illicit financial flows. If we can seal this, we are a rich country. We'll get all the revenue that we want. We have to struggle to get revenue here and there, changing formulas, when we have money that is being taken freely like that. We need that money here. And let's begin now to invest. The most important point is, let's begin now to invest in these modern equipment that can help us curb these flows. We need to do that. We need to do that. And even, you see, like we say, identity. Let's not take that very lightly. Concessions, we are losing a lot. These people can come, fly with a plane, take everything that belongs to them and go. We don't want that. We don't want that. These should be taken seriously and be stopped. We need to move forward. Yeah. And we should talk, it's a sensitive issue, should be talked about. It's not about being what, no, but being patriotic and being a Zambian. Let's love our country and protect the little that we have so that every Zambian can benefit from it. With these few words, Madam Speaker, I would say thank you.
Thank you, thank you. The subject's very interesting, but we need to move. We don't have enough time, so I'll call on the Honorable Minister of Mines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In supporting and discussing this motion, I would like to say that trying to avoid politicking, I would like to say, Madam Speaker, yes, it is very sad that we have had illicit flow of money in our country. If you have a problem, you cannot solve a problem by being a lot of emotions. You sit down and look at why what is happening has been happening. I think that is a starting point. I want to zero in on the mining sector because that is a sector that was touched by the committee that was doing the report. Madam Speaker, immediately the new Dawn took over, we were, actually while in opposition, we were observing certain illicit things happening around the mining sector. What did we do when we came, when we took over? And certain actions that were taken or that were certain decisions that were made around certain mining tenements, His Excellency the President was very clear in opposition, this is a wrong decision. It shouldn't have been made because it is going to take this country in problems, particularly for KCM. It is going to create a cash cow for certain individuals. Madam Speaker, we had said that going the route of liquidation for KCM, provisional liquidation, was wrong.
There is a point of order, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member for Pambashe, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister for Mines, who's my brother, is giving a government position. And he is giving a government position. And this parliament has a practice that this report was laid on the table, and all the ministries that are concerned
What
were given a
standing
report.
order are you relying on, Honorable Member?
I'm coming to that, Madam Speaker. And it was expected that ministers would write and come and read a government position. After responding, you will lay it on the table that will make the part of the government position. Now, if the minister would just stand and speak without a government position that is written by the permanent secretary to come and form part of the action taken report of this report, is therefore a minister in order, Madam Speaker. I may not cite a standing order, but this has been a government practice and position. You may well, yes, you may not agree with me, but this has been a government position, the established practice that whenever government minister
Honorable
is
Member,
responding
you are
to the report,
debating. Now you are
must read
debating.
the
You are
government
debating,
position.
Honorable Member.
Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Mines is is not responding to the report. He is reacting to the issues that were raised by the Honorable members as they were debating. So I believe he would not anticipate what questions he would react to. But the relevant, the Honorable Leader of acting leader of government business is the government business is the one who is going to respond. So the Honorable Minister is not responding. The Honorable Minister of Mines, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and well guided. This government, Madam Speaker, immediately we took over, we said we need a vehicle that will take us to sanitize the mining sector in Zambia, to bring sanity and order. Because I have always said as minister that where there is confusion, only crooks benefit. So we wanted to bring order. What did we do? We did away with the policy that we inherited, and the Ministry of Mines has launched a new mining policy. So it is important for honorable members to be in tune with what is happening, because it is a public document which we launched, and it is available, which will now guide us, and part of which is to deal with issues like the illicit flows that are happening, the confusion around the mining sector, the understating of production figures, the lack of integrity in the sector. All that is being addressed through that mining policy. What is the first practical step we have done, Madam Speaker, in terms of addressing some of these issues? As I am talking to the House, Madam Speaker, I have on my desk the new Minerals Commission Act, which we are looking through, which will bring to this Parliament. We are setting up a Minerals Commission that will be a regulator, Madam Speaker. It will regulate the sector across the divide in terms of mining. It will look at stating correct production figures like honorable members have cited, why we have been losing. Madam Speaker, this country has got mining surveyors who's been trained. Mining surveyors are basically mineral accountants. And this Minerals Commission will employ surveyors. I want to zero in on how we've been losing money through understatement of production figures. This Minerals Commission, Madam Speaker, will have personnel in various mining companies to check what they are producing. If they produce 20 tons, these mineral accountants will be able to know, Madam Speaker, that these 20 tons of ore will produce this much of mineral. And there they can't cheat. And now, therein lies, Madam Speaker, the concern by my honorable member who was talking about patriotism, because then we would need those Zambians to be serious and focused and never be compromised by any mining company that would want to cheat. The way the sector has been run, Madam Speaker, anyone can cheat. It is so porous. But we are now sealing those holes through a regulator who is going to regulate the whole system. This is what we are doing now. All the issues that are being raised, Madam Speaker, cannot be addressed without putting structures in place. And these are the structures that we are doing. Already, I'm very shocked that an honorable member is saying when you take a machine and go to mine, you are going to be called an illegal miner. That is not a correct position. What we are doing right now is actually to formalize whoever is called an illegal miner. We are doing a concept paper, Madam Speaker, which is already on the table, and we are already trying to look at gold buying centers. I'm just coming from Mansa, Madam Speaker. Yesterday I was not in the house. We are looking at how we formalize the manganese subsector to create formalities that will make them legal, that will make them being profiled in the mineral value chain of Zambia. So, in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, what we need in this country is order. And this is what President Hakainde and the new Dawn have brought to the table. Where there is no order, there will be crookedness, there will be money being put on people's pillows like we have experienced. These things will happen. Not until we have structures like we have right now. Madam Speaker, I have always said, look at the new Dawn government in the next 3-4 years. You will see the order. You will see how this country will enhance benefit in terms of the mining sector itself. This we are working day and night. Madam Speaker, KCM was liquidated in 2019. Madam Speaker, people failed to find a solution for 3 years. KCM right now is bleeding. It's in ICU. So these are issues that were left, and we are not going to play blame game. We are saying as New Dawn, we are equal to the task. Correct. We are going to revive these mines, and there will be no more talk. It's the misbehavior of certain administrations that allowed certain investors to be able to misbehave. And as we are saying, order is coming back to this country, and nobody is going to misbehave. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Shuangand, what's the point of order?
It's a procedural, serious procedural point of order.
There is no such point that you can raise. There is no point of procedure. Under what standing order?
Under Standing Order 65, 1A. And I'll read it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a member debating shall confine his or her debate to the subject under discussion. The subject under discussion is your report, Madam Speaker. And like my honorable colleague addressed, the standard practice is that when the report, your report, is circulated and put on the table, the relevant ministries cited in a report must take interest in the report and respond with a written script that should go for all your government assurances. The Honorable Minister, who should have stuck to the report, decided to veer off the report, and we haven't gotten any response tangible to the recommendations made by your committee. Was the Honorable Minister in order, Madam Speaker, to trivialize the report? Because I don't know what we are going to get to go on your record. Madam Speaker, I seek your serious guidance.
Thank you very much. That issue actually I had guided when Honorable Member for Pambashe raised. The relevant standing order is Standing Order 5815. And it reads, despite paragraph 4A, Minister moving a motion or rendering a ministerial policy statement shall read a speech. So this issue of speech is only read by the minister, where the minister is moving a motion or rendering a ministerial statement or policy statement. The Honorable Minister of Mines was just reacting to the points that were raised by the honorable members as they were debating. As I earlier indicated, the Honorable Acting Leader of Government Business is the one who is going to respond. And I'm sure you will be able to read a ministerial statement to that effect. And so the Honorable Minister was in order by responding in the manner. He was talking about KCM, which is the subject of the report, illicit mining, which is the subject of the report. So I don't know where the problem is. The Honorable Minister was not out of order. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs to respond to the issues that were raised.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make brief responses to the issues that were raised by the committee and by members of this House. The two issues I would like to comment on, Madam Speaker, are on the issue of the need to expedite the rollout of biometric national identity cards and develop a national policy on the management of private airstrips to curb smuggling. Madam Speaker, I do concur with the recommendations of your committee, where they're urging my ministry to expedite the rollout of biometric national registration cards. Madam Speaker, the committee did indicate that the current national registration card is susceptible to forgery and duplication. I agree. And I want to state on the floor of this House, Madam Speaker, that we witnessed this vice of duplication of NRCs, forgery, giving NRCs to aliens, children who are 7-year-old in certain areas with a view to vote in the last 2021 general elections. As a responsible government, Madam Speaker, we will not allow this vice to recur. We are rolling out this program of biometric national registration card despite the monetary constraints. Once the budgetary provisions are made to enable us provide the biometric registration cards, we shall proceed accordingly. But currently, we are registering members of the public pertaining to biometrics. We are not yet issuing the cards because of obvious problems which we are encountering. Once these problems are resolved, we will start issuing the cards. We have been in Osaka and other provinces. We have already started registering members of the public with a view to give them biometric cards soon. The other issue, Madam Speaker, is the issue of security at private airstrips. I agree with the Honorable Member of Parliament for Shwangandu, where I indicated that in most of these private airstrips, there's no security. We agree. And we are aware of what was transpiring in the immediate past, Madam Speaker, where wild animals in the game parks were being transported out of this country, where game was taken to private game ranches here in Osaka without following the procedures. And this was occurring because there were no security measures that were put in place. We have learned a lesson. We will not want these vices to recur. We are putting measures together with the Ministry of Defense so that private airstrips and other airstrips conform to the requisite standards of security. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I would like to thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you. There's an indication from the Minister of Justice also to say.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to the debate on the motion to adopt the report of the Planning and Budgeting Committee for the second session of the 13th National Assembly. Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief. To start, we wish to commend the report on the committee, on the very progressive recommendations made in the report, in particular with regard to certain proposals for legislative amendments Madam Speaker, we would like to state as the Ministry of Justice that we'll be taking keen interest in the suggestions or in the recommendations of the committee in regard to those particular matters, as aforementioned. Madam Speaker, indeed it has been recognized on the floor of the House during debate on this motion that there's some progressive steps that have been taken by the New Dawn government in an attempt to curb illicit financial flows. Amongst those recognized is the setting up of the Economic and Financial Crimes Courts, which are doing a diligent job. It has been suggested, however, that the scope of the courts should be expanded because they are being used to deal with politicians only. I'd like to correct that impression, Madam Speaker, as it is not the position. The law, as all honorable members ought to be aware, is blind. It does not look at the hue of a particular individual who is facing criminal liability. So as things stand, the Economic and Financial Crimes Court deal with all and sundry, regardless of their the specific spots that they actually have, and not politicians only, but all persons in this jurisdiction who may come in conflict with the existing statutory provisions. Madam Speaker, that is an important point to clarify as we move to actually enhancing the operations of those particular courts through the appropriate rules and regulations which will be put in place very soon. In short, we are putting in measures to make the courts even more efficient as a government in whole, and of course recognizing that this was the job of the judiciary being a separate arm of government. Madam Speaker, there was also a suggestion that perhaps there must be one law that defines all economic and financial crimes. Much as that is a respected submission, Madam Speaker, the practicality of it raises certain questions. May I assure the people of Zambia at this stage that the laws as they are in various pieces of legislation do provide a background or a basis upon which persons may be held accountable for any transgression relating to illicit financial flows. The process of harmonizing those laws, of course, in terms of the criminal code, procedure code, and the penal code is underway, but to suggest that only a single act be put in place would entail a lot of work being done at a huge cost with very little, perhaps, benefit to the nation as a consequence. But however, we do appreciate the suggestion and will be looking at it from that perspective. One particular and very important observation made in the report, Madam Speaker, is in relation to the prohibition of exporting of ore and cathodes. The report notes that there is a lacuna in our laws currently, to the extent that there is nothing, particularly in the statute book, that prohibits the export of ore and cathodes. Madam Speaker, we shall be conferring with the line ministry, the Ministry of Mines, to address this matter specifically because quite clearly it is one which contributes significantly to the question of illicit financial flows in the form of the material that goes out in the pretext of the extractive industry. And also, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to take particular note of the conclusions of your committee at page 61. It was suggested that perhaps the report is specific for the period which it refers to, being the 13th, the second session of the 13th National Assembly. But if one looks at the report, you would see that, for example, there is mention of 8 million, or is it billion, 8.8 billion US dollars having been lost in the period 2001 to 2010, meaning that, Madam Speaker, we are dealing with a historic problem when we speak of illicit financial flows. And therefore, it's incumbent on us in this House in determining how to address this matter, to take cognizance of that fact and deal not only with the historic matters, but also the present, which the New Dawn government is endeavoring to do. Madam Speaker, before you bring me to a close, looking at the time, I submit and we support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe just for purposes of guidance, good order and efficiency, next time and for other reports that we are going to consider, when a report is talking about a number of ministries, it's better that those ministers submit the report to the reporting ministry so that that minister can now submit a policy report so that we are in compliance with the Standing Order 5851, in that when a policy statement is made, it's supposed to be in writing. This is just for purposes of good order and efficiency. I was going to call on the acting leader for government business to respond, but looking at the time, I'm suspending business for 20 minutes for a health break.
So much for being with us on Parliament Television. The House has been suspended for 20 minutes for that health break. And at the time business was suspended, the House was considering a report. And this was moved by Mr. Fred Jatila, who is Member of Parliament and also Chairperson of the Committee of the Planning and Budgeting Committee, urging this House to adopt the report of the Planning and Budgeting Committee on the effects of illicit financial flows on the budget and its sustainability for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Monday, 5th June 2023. And at the time business was suspended, the Minister of Justice has just finished debating the report.
Yes, President, at the time business started at 14:30 hours, there was an announcement by Madam Speaker. She guided the House on two important rules of procedure and points of order in the matters of urgent public importance, understanding orders 131 and 134.
And we're able to give you the details of that guidance that Madam Speaker gave earlier on, as just before we conclude today's business. And also a ministerial statement that was rendered on the floor of the House by the acting leader of government business, and this is Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwani. And the statement was on the status of the Lundazi-Tigone crossing point. And this came about after Lundazi Member of Parliament, this is Ms. Brenda Mirenda, raised a matter of urgent importance. And we'll be able to share with our viewers, Matimba, on the details of that report.
Yes, President, and so we'll also be sharing details of questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. For now, we go on a break. Remember, business of the House will resume at 17 hours. Keep watching Parliament Television. Good afternoon.
The National Assembly of Zambia, with support from the European Union, held a workshop on strengthening the cooperation between the Parliamentary Budget Office and the civil society organizations. The workshop, which was held at Hotel Intercontinental, attracted some civil society organizations such as Action Aid, NGOCC, FAWEZA, Center for Trade Policy, JCTR, and CADS. Acting Clerk Corporate Affairs of the National Assembly, Mr. Stephen Kawimbe, officially opened the workshop.
I'm delighted to welcome you all today to this very important engagement between the National Assembly of Zambia through the Parliamentary Budget Office and civil society organizations operating in Zambia. Ladies and gentlemen, with the enactment of the National Planning and Budgeting Act number 1 of 2020 and the Public Finance Management Act number 1 of 2018, the roles of various stakeholders in the budgetary process have been clearly outlined. This means that both civil society and the PBO will be playing an important role of ensuring that members of Parliament are availed with technical and professional information on matters related to the budget and public finance management. Therefore, this will require heightened collaboration between the Parliamentary Budget Office and civil society. you agree with me that there is need to work together to ensure that the government is held accountable for its decisions and actions. The role of the National Assembly, through the Parliamentary Budget Office, is to ensure that members of Parliament have well-researched and relevant information to act on. Civil society organizations, on the other hand, are expected to provide oversight over the work of parliamentarians and also assist parliamentarians in their oversight functions. That is through the briefs that you give to the members of parliament through committees. That is why the National Assembly of Zambia, with support from the European Union support to the National Assembly project, has come up with this very important engagement to improve our relationship with you stakeholders.
And the Principal Clerk, Parliamentary Budget Office, Mr. Fitzgerald Kateshi, talked about the importance of the workshop that involved his office and civil society organizations.
This is an initiative from the Parliamentary Budget Office to just enable all of us, selected few of course, on how we can build on some of the things that we do and also synergize. Because our institution normally, and a number of you have been witnesses to parliamentary committees, but this time around, we have a development in the institution where we have an office where we can try to engage members in engage members more when they're considering the various matters that come before them. At least the creation of this office enables us to engage you, stakeholders, that you can be with members even for 2 days, like in this gathering, that you go into detail on any matter that is before them. And you can discuss it, you know, without the cameras and without the radio broadcast. You are just in detail to just discuss things the way they should be. Yeah. So this is the opportunity that this is the whole purpose of this workshop, so that we can see how we can be operating in the near future.
In the first session of the workshop, Mr. Kateshi looked at the role, responsibility, and key deliverables over the budget cycle in line with the Parliamentary Budget Committee.
To start with, the PBO of the Parliamentary Budget Office belongs to what most of you are familiar with, to this grouping of what I referred to as independent fiscal councils or institutions, which are independently publicly funded institutions with a mandate to critically and objectively assess, and in some cases provide non-partisan advice on policy and performance. So there are some that are established where they can give some advice. Some they are advised not to, in order to remain objective, because you know advice can sit well with one group and not sit well with another. So to avoid those complications, some PBOs advise, or in their setup, they are strictly do not give. They don't go into making recommendations, or they just give the analysis, and that's all. So in some cases, they can even give some options. They avoid recommendations, but they will give a set of options that the executive or members of parliament may consider.
Mr. Isaac Ngoma, civil society activist, took time to introduce the Civil Society Organization Network, a gesture that would help other participants appreciate the roles of the various civil society organizations that were present at the workshop.
Looking at the kind of CSOs you are, the kind of work that you do, and when you talk about CSOs here, civil society, we're talking about the broader, realm of civil society. So we're including the academia. That's why you see my colleagues are here. We're talking about think tanks. We're talking about professional associations. We have ZIPA here, PMRC. We have got, Zika supposed to be here. The CEO, Mr. Wemby Anthony, promised to be here. We've got EAZ and the like. So the composition of this group is tailored to champion an effective collaboration that is going to have an impact on the workings of Parliament. So it was a very deliberate approach to ensure that we start off on a good note and meet our objectives.
In his presentation, team leader for the European Union Support the National Assembly Project 2, Dr. Trevor Taft, discussed how best the Parliamentary Budget Office and the civil society organizations can cooperate in their line of work. Group discussions were held on how the Parliamentary Budget Office and civil society organizations can enhance their cooperation. In closing the workshop, Principal Clerk, Parliamentary Budget Office, Mr. Fitzgerald Kateshi, was grateful to the civil society organizations for their participation in the workshop and hopes the interaction will further be strengthened.
Through the Social Accountability Desk again, we should have to create a platform where we can interact. We can continue interacting so that we're able to share certain information at short notice. Or if there's a request, something coming up, we can always share and advise in advance that there's something happening. We are excited, like I mentioned earlier in the day, we are hoping that we will have some reforms in terms of our processes, the budget approval process. When that happens, we will definitely call on you again.
Workshops such as this one will enable civil society organizations provide oversight over the work of parliamentarians and in turn enhance partnership between civil society organizations and the Parliamentary Budget Office.
We have seen a propensity.
The debates, the questioning, the making of laws, the confrontation. The live parliamentary proceedings are aired on Parliament TV every Tuesday to Thursday at 14:30 hours and Fridays at 09 hours. Make a date. Parliament TV, bringing Parliament closer to you.
There were 59,439 registered cashew nut farmers in Western Province.
The situation as it is, I'm incapacitated.
The good people of Petauke, especially in Inika 1, where we don't have water.
This is now a serious risk on the people with Estesi. Last week we registered one maternal death.
Within the CDF, we can build palaces for all chiefs in our country.
Minister, when are we going to have money? When are we going to construct those?
Catch us live on DSTV channel 272, OTV channel 28, Topstar channel 5, or visit the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Minutes a health break and shortly business resumes. And at the time business was suspended, the House was considering a report of the Planning and Budgeting Committee, and this is a motion that was moved by Mr. Fred Jatila, who is chairperson of the Planning and Budgeting Committee, and this motion was seconded by Mr. Davison Mungandu, Chama South Member of Parliament. And at the time business was interrupted, the Honorable Minister, or should I say the acting leader of government business, was about to debate this motion.
Yes, President, still to come on the order paper, we have another motion which will be moved by Mufumbo, Member of Parliament, Mr. Elliot Kamondo. This is the report on the Committee of Government Assurances, urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Government Assurances for the second session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 6 June 2023.
And earlier on, Madam Speaker did permit the Minister of, or should I say the acting leader of government business to render ministerial statement on the status of the Lundazi-Tigone crossing point as directed by Madam Speaker following a matter of urgent public importance which was raised by Ms. Brenda Nyirenda, MP, that's Lundazi constituency, and also looked at two questions that appeared on today's order paper. The first question, which was question 278 lapse. At the time this question came up for consideration, the area member of Parliament for Lumezi, and this is Mr. Munia Zulu, was not in his seat. So this question lapsed.
The second question came from Mongo Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Amtike, and he posed this question to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. He wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to upgrade the following markets in Mongo Central Parliamentary Constituency, that's black and green, and in B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. And so the Minister did respond to those two questions. He responded to the A part of the question as yes, government has plans to upgrade the black and green. And so just now we take you to the floor of the House. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. Bells are ringing. It seems there's no quorum in the House. It is required that 1/3 of members of Parliament must be present in the House for any business of the House to take place. And under consideration is a motion that has been moved by Member of Parliament, Mr. Fred Jatila, urging the House to adopt the report of the Planning and Budgeting Committee on the effects of illicit financial flows on the budget and its sustainability for the second session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Monday, 5th June 2023. And at the time business was interrupted at 16:40 hours, on the floor of the House was the Minister of Justice, who had just finished debating to this motion.
Still to come is a motion moved by Mr. Elliot Kamondo, chairperson of the Committee on Government Assurances, that this House to adopt the report of the Committee on Government Assurances for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, and this document was laid on the table of the House on the 6th of June 2023, and we'll have a resumption of the question for answer understanding order 74, and this is question 277, motion question of 7th June 2023. And at the time business was interrupted for adjournment yesterday, it was the Minister of Agriculture who was on the floor of the House about to respond to a follow-up question which was asked by Chilubi Member of Parliament, Mr. Mulenga Fube. And so that's how today's business looks like. So anytime from now, when the quorum is constituted, business will resume. We'll cross back to the floor of the House. It seems like the quorum is now constituted. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Order. When business was suspended, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honourable Member for Momba that, that this House to adopt a report of the Planning and Budget Committee on the effects of illicit financial flows on the budget and its sustainability for the second section of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Monday, 5th June 2023, and the Honourable Minister of Justice had just finished debating. Any further debate? The Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the Planning and Budgeting Committee for the important report tabled on illicit financial flows. As a player in global affairs, Zambia is obviously not spared from the repulsive scourge of illicit financial flows. Any form of illicit financial flows from our country, such as tax evasion or abusive tax avoidance, leads to leakage of vital resources for the government, which consequently undermines our development efforts. Mr. Speaker, successfully combating illicit financial flows would generate positive impacts for the good governance of our country, economic growth, and poverty reduction. Given the transnational nature of illicit financial flows, it is imperative for Zambia to continue cooperating with other countries to combat financial crimes. Therefore, the importance of advancing international tax cooperation and tackling illicit financial flows to safeguard and mobilize our domestic resources to bridge the financing gap in attaining the sustainable development goals will remain crucial in our developmental efforts. Mr. Speaker, let me highlight some of the strategies that
government, through Zambia Revenue Authority, has instituted to fight tax evasion and financial crimes. 1. Fighting predicate offenses, those that lead to tax evasion. Zambia Revenue Authorities has set up a dedicated investigations unit that targets countering tax evasion practices and prosecuting such offenses, and a number of prosecution cases have been recorded. The authority has further set up an enforcement unit whose mandate is partly executing anti-smuggling initiatives. 2. Setting up a specialized transfer pricing unit. Since 2012, ZRA has been building capacity for transfer pricing audits. To this effect, a number of officers were identified who have been trained over the years to increase their knowledge in transfer pricing. The officers have attended transfer pricing training in countries such as Malaysia, Netherlands, France, South Africa, Norway, and South Korea, and many others. In 2016, Zambia Revenue Authority established the Transfer Pricing Unit, which is expected to conduct specialized audits that can detect transfer pricing practices among multinational companies. The ZRA has also partnered with collaborating partners over the past few years, such as OECD, the UN, ATAF, IBFD, to offer training to the officers on dealing with multinationals and international taxation in general, which covers transfer pricing. 3. Setting up of forensic laboratory. Zambia Revenue Authorities has set up a functional forensic lab with the help of government and other cooperating partners that will help auditors and investigators uncover hidden financial transactions and trace illicit financial flows. 4. Mandatory TPIN requirements. This will help Zambia Revenue Authority monitor suspicious transactions and potential tax proceeds from the informal sector. The requirement will also shine a light on business or persons that shy away from declaring their sources of income. 5. Fiscalization. It is expected that with the rollout of the transaction monitoring devices in 2018, tax evasion and illicit financial transactions can be monitored and controlled. Madam Speaker, we have embraced the whole of government approach to combat money laundering and other financial crimes, as we recognize that knowledge and skills required to effectively fight against these offenses are often spread across different bodies, such as tax administrators. Madam Speaker, as I close, I just want to emphasize the points that the report made. This is with respect to the issue of political, what do they call it? Political commitment. Mr. Speaker, political commitment to the fight against this vice is very important. I'm glad to say that the new Dawn administration is focused on giving these bodies that fight these kind of vices total freedom to act professionally and pursue their work in the manner that they see fit. You recall, Mr. Chairman, that some time ago, there was a big conflict between, for example, the government and the Financial Intelligence Center The Financial Intelligence Center was always being accused by government of sensationalizing things. And the feeling across the country was that the Financial Intelligence Center was having its hands tied, no freedom to act. I'm glad to say that the Financial Intelligence Center now is totally free to do their work, identify these vices, and act in any manner that they feel this is required. In other words, Mr. Speaker, I think we are making progress. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Momba, wind-up debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to put on record my appreciation for the honourable members of Parliament who debated this report and also who supported the same. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to thank the members of this committee for their hard work, commitment, and also cooperation during the period that which we undertook to take this task. It's therefore my plea, Mr. Speaker, that all the honourable members will support the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I put a question. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Planning and Budget Committee on the effects of illicit financial flows on the budget and its stability for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Monday, 5th June 2023. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Notice of motion. The Honourable Member from Mfumbwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Government Assurances for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on the 6th of June 2023.
Is the motion seconded?
It is, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is seconded. Seconded by the Honourable Member for Feira. The question is that this House do adopt a report of the Committee on Government Assurances for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 6th June 2023. Any further debate? The Honourable Member from Mfumbwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee, in performing its duties, was guided by its terms of reference as set out in the standing orders. During this session, the committee considered 56 new assurances and 180 outstanding assurances. Mr. Speaker, allow me from the onset to state that the committee's observations and recommendations on the various assurances which were probed are documented in the committee's report. I will, therefore, only highlight a few of the assurances which are a mere sample of the bigger picture relating to assurances made on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me start by highlighting some of the assurances which have been actualized by the government. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to commend government for successfully implementing the assurances which was made on the floor of the House on the 20th July of 2022 on Impika Water Project, which has been successfully implemented by the government. In addition, the rehabilitation of the Great North Road between Chinsari and Nakonde is underway, and work is progressing very well.
However, Mr. Speaker, allow me to state that generally the committee observes with disappointment that many assurances made on the floor of the House are not backed with financial provisions. Because of this, most of them have not been actualized. Sir, at this juncture, permit me now to briefly comment on some of the assurances made on the floor of the House. On Thursday, 7th October 2022, the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation made an assurance that the government had plans to construct Makululu Water Project in Kabwe, and the contract was signed on 15th January 2019 for a duration of 12 months. Mr. Speaker, the committee during its local tour visited Makululu Water Project to appreciate its implementation. The committee noted with displeasure that despite the pronouncement by the government, nothing significant has been done due to lack of funding for this project. Further, the committee was informed that Lukanga Water and Sewerage Company had no title deeds for all the water resources to secure the land from encroachment by the local people. In view of this, Mr. Speaker, the committee strongly urges the government to include this important project in the budget line for 2024 and the work plan under the Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation. In addition, the committee urges Lukanga Water and Sewerage Company to secure the title deeds for all the water sources in order to avoid encroachment on the area by the local people. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to draw the attention of the House to another assurance the committee dealt with. On Wednesday, 6th October 2021, the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development informed the nation through this August House that the government had plans to rehabilitate the Great North Road stretching between Selenje and Chinsari, covering the distance of 396.4 kilometers to keep the road from further deterioration. Mr. Speaker, allow me to bring you to the attention that the committee in May 2023 undertook an on-the-spot check on the assurance of the committee. The committee learned with displeasure that only potholes patching in selected portions of the road were underway at the time of the tour. Contrary to what was promised on the floor of the House, that the road would be rehabilitated. In this regard, the committee strongly urges government to immediately secure funds for the rehabilitation of the important economical road without any further delay. Mr. Speaker, allow me lastly to comment on an assurance made by the Minister of Education on Wednesday, 1st December 2022, that the government had plans to construct Michael Trushas at the Girls Boarding Central School in Isoka parliamentary constituency, which commenced in 2013. The time frame for completing the project was within a period of 12 months. Sir, the committee, during its interactions with the officers from the Ministry of Education and the on-spot check of the project, reviewed that the school has been partially opened, with about 223 girls currently squatting at Isoka Secondary School. This has made the learning of the science subjects to be very difficult, as the learners are unable to do practicals in the laboratory. Mr. Speaker, the committee found at the time of the tour that the contractor was not on site, contrary to what was reported by the ministry, that the contractor was on site. Further, nothing much has been done on this project due to the erratic funding towards the project. In view of this, the committee urges government to ensure that close supervision to the project is given countrywide on the projects which are ongoing, in order to give a correct position of the status of the project to the committee. Mr. Speaker, as reported in the committee's report, there is a huge number of unfulfilled assurances, a situation the committee finds unacceptable. Therefore, the committee urges government to only make assurances to the House when there is a budget line to support its implementation. Further, through you, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that where an assurance cannot be fulfilled on account of change of policy, the head of government business should ensure that the House is notified through an appropriate statement on the floor of the House by the concerned minister in a timely manner. This will help to avoid a situation where the committee continues to pursue the implementation of such assurances. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, allow me to place on record gratitude of the committee to all the stakeholders who tendered both written and oral submissions. The committee also wishes to thank Mr. Speaker and the clerk of the National Assembly for your guidance and support rendered to it. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
No, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank my chairman, the chairman of the committee, Mr. Elliot Kamondo, who's also MP from Fumbwe, for ably moving the motion to adopt the report of the Committee on Government Assurances. Mr. Speaker, also allow me to thank the members of the committee for the good and hard job they did in coming up with the committee. Mr. Speaker, most of the issues in the report have been highlighted, and I believe that my colleagues, the members of this House, have already read it. That being the case, allow me just to highlight a few other projects that we visited and those that were considered and submitted by members of the permanent secretaries. Mr. Speaker, on 16th June 2017, the Minister of Energy did make an assurance that government plans to connect Chiluvula Mission School in Kasama and surrounding villages. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, when the committee went on the ground, we discovered that actually there was nothing that has happened. Although this was to be within the government rural electrification master plan, we discovered that nothing has happened. Further inquiry revealed that actually the issue was at the procurement stage, and indeed nothing had been implemented. Mr. Speaker, as a committee, we wish to urge government, and in particular, the Ministry of Energy, to ensure that this school is electrified together with surrounding villages, because this is very important. And indeed, this goes to other assurances in terms of electrification of rural, particularly rural places. And I know that this is one of the cries of most of our Zambian people, that they are lacking electrification. And I know that the Minister of Green Economy, has been talking about saving the environment. Without electricity, people are resorting to cutting trees for energy. Mr. Speaker, there is need for that school to connect or to construct a power line of 1,800 meters to connect the school and the nearby villages. And indeed, as I said, we urge government to ensure that the procurement is done by the end of the year, and at least this assurance comes to fruition. Mr. Speaker, also on the 7th of October 2014, the Deputy Minister of Education, as they then were called, did make an assurance on the construction of Nakonde Secondary School, which was planned to be completed in 2015. This assurance has not been fulfilled to date, 2023. Mr. Speaker, the committee discovered that, as it toured the school, that all the works had stalled, notwithstanding the fact that the school was actually operational. So to that effect, students are actually learning in an environment where infrastructure is incomplete. And unfortunately, even sanitation has not been done. And also, we've discovered that as a committee, that ablution blocks were not there, and as well as, both for females and male learners. And instead, these children were using pit ratings. In view of this, Mr. Speaker, the committee urges the executive to urgently ensure that the remaining works at the Nakonde Secondary School are actually done. And this also, as one of the issues that came out, Mr. Speaker, was that this needed to be converted into a boarding school, boarding secondary school for that matter, in Nakonde, because there's no boarding school. And we discovered that there was a problem with children moving long distances. To that effect, it is important, though not yet one of the assurances, that the ministry considers to have this school as a boarding school. Mr. Speaker, one of the other assurances was to ensure that we check on the assurance that Mpika District Hospital could have been one of the beneficiaries of the ambulances that were said to be bought for each district. However, when we went on the ground, we discovered that actually the hospital lacked an ambulance, but also they did not even have any other form of transport, though there was one vehicle which was used for various utilities. So, Mr. Speaker, we would like to urge government to look into this issue, and notwithstanding the fact that it has taken time, and we are aware that CDF also is buying ambulances, but it depends on which constituents will provide that. Mr. Speaker, we also noted that this Mpika District Hospital actually had no mortuary, and it had no radiography department, and it also didn't have other requisites of the hospital. And we'd like to urge the government to look at all those issues. Mr. Speaker, the committee also, as mentioned by my able chairman, did also look at the Mpika water reticulation and the small towns water reticulation system and sanitation, whereof we were satisfied, and I think that it's possible that some of these assurance can come to fruition. This was actually started in 2017, and at least we are happy that it has come to fruition. The committee also looked at Nsombo Chaba Road, which is under rehabilitation in Luingu, and also, as mentioned earlier, the Nakonde Mpika Road. Now, these roads actually are of very high economic value, and therefore it becomes incumbent, notwithstanding the fact that we have many issues, that we need to actually ensure that these assurances are implemented. Mr. Speaker, before I sit down, let me also just look at some of the other submissions that were made by permanent secretaries. And in this case, I'm looking at issues that were considered in the action taken report, which is the installation of ICT equipment in primary and secondary school. As a country, we need to start moving forward, and as we know, the world is moving in that direction. We urge the Ministry of Education to ensure that the issue of IT in schools is actually quickly expedited and be implemented. Mr. Speaker, having said that, let me just conclude by saying that your committee is a very important committee because it provides oversight on the executive. And it's important that it was well supported so that it ensures that all these assurances that are made on the floor, they're actually implemented. And having said that, let me just express my gratitude to you, Mr. Speaker, the Clerk of the National Assembly, and the members of staff who are quite useful during the deliberations as well as the tours. Mr. Speaker, I also once again thank the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Kamondo, as well as the members who really made valuable inputs from their valued skills. Thank you very much. And I beg to second.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Mongu Central.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving the people of Mongu Central the time to second this motion. We would like to thank the mover and the seconder for ably debating this motion. The people of Mongu Central want to draw your attention, Honorable Speaker, to page 115 of the report, Construction of King Lewanika University. I quote the report. It reads here, on 2nd December 2014, the Deputy Minister for Education, Science, Vocational Training, and Early Education made the following assurance. Mr. Speaker, the construction of King Leonika University in the Western Province would commence in January 2015. The contractor by the name of Dantong Construction Limited had been identified. The project is estimated to cost 160 million kwacha. The project would be constructed within a period of 3 years. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the government assurances that have not been fulfilled. And the people of Mungu want to register their disappointment because 8 years down the line, this King Lewanika issue is still a pending matter, and nothing has happened so far apart from a signpost that has been erected there. We want to ask the New Dawn government to fulfill this construction of this New Dawn government. We know that education is an enabler, education is an equalizer, and we want to ask the New Dawn government to take this matter further. The people of Western Province cannot be sending their children to Lusaka, to Copperbelt for university. We know that we have more than 30 public universities in Zambia, but none of those universities is in Western Province. That cannot continue, Mr. Speaker. We want, therefore, to ask the new government to take this matter as a matter of public agency. Mr. Speaker, we want to thank the government for the other assurances that have been fulfilled. Where recently there was commissioning of the Luanginga Bridge. We know construction work is happening there. This is what we want to see happening in Western Province. We want to thank the government for the completion of the Kafue Hook Bridge, the Kafue Hook Bridge. This has been completed. This is what we want to see. We want Western Province to feel to be part of Zambia. We want to receive development equitably so that the people of Western Province too can enjoy the benefits of the New Dawn government and the Republic of Zambia. So, Mr. Speaker, in supporting this motion, we want to place it on record that this university has become a sword to the people of Western Province. And we want to ensure that our children go to primary school in Western Province, go to school in secondary school in Western Province, go to university as well in Western Province. So we wanted just to place this record and make those remarks about King Lewanika University so that everybody and the minister must make some comments on this issue so that the people of Western Province can hear the way forward on this matter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me this opportunity on behalf of the people of Chama North to add my voice on this very, very important report. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to thank the chairman of this particular committee, Honorable Kamondo, and also my good friend, Honorable Emmanuel Tembo, who seconded this particular motion. Mr. Speaker, I'll quickly go to page 69, stored rehabilitation of Chama Lundazi and Chama Matumbo Road. The committee notes that the government has not fulfilled the promise they made to the people of Chama. Mr. Speaker, I stand here as a very sad person because the issue of the Chama Lundazi Road, the issue of Chama Matumbo Road has been on the government drawing board since 1964. Up to this time, the people of Chama have continued to lament over this particular road infrastructure. I remember I was in grade 3 in 1976 when the Matumbo Chama project started. Up to this time, the project has not been completed. However, I think I have to commend the late President Michael Chilufya Sata, may his soul rest in peace, and the PF government, I think though it was the only government which actually looked into the interests of the people of Chama, especially on the Chama-Matumbo Road, because 62 kilometers from Matumbo up to Chief Lundu, 42 kilometers have been done. From Ruangwa to Chama, 25 kilometers have been done, bituminous standard. We are remaining 62 kilometers. The Chama-Lundazi Road, the previous government did 30 kilometers. We are remaining about 130 kilometers. So it is an appeal to the new Dawn government that I think they must also leave a good legacy and ensure that they continue where the previous government actually ended. Mr. Speaker, the Chama-Matumbo Road, Chama-Lundazi Road is a very critical road trade route because this is the shortest route to the port of the Dar es Salaam for the entire eastern province and including neighboring countries like Mozambique and Malawi. But because that road has not been completed, you find that now transporters from Tanzania going to Mozambique, they have to pass through Lusaka. Those in Chipata, they have to pass through Kapiriposhi to come to Chipata instead of passing through Chama-Lundazi and then they are in Chipata. So it is our prayer that in 2019, the Minister of Infrastructure on the floor of this House on 1st October 2019, according to the report, made an assurance that the Chama-Matumbo Road, Chama-Lundazi Road was going to be completed by 2020. But now we are in 2023, nothing actually is happening. The same with Isoka, Muyombe to Chama and Lundazi. That area is very critical in terms of agriculture. The last time the Muyombe Road was graded was during Kenneth Kaunda's reign. From that time up to this time, not even a grader has passed on that particular road from Chama to Muyombe, when actually Muyombe and Kanyerere is the bread basket, the food basket of this country. So it is my appeal to the New Dawn government that please let's ensure that the Chama-Matumbo Road, Chama-Lundazi Road is completed without further delay. I believe that the people of Chama also deserves a fair share of the national cake. The people of Chama pay taxes to this government. There is no way from 1964 the people of Chama have been completely neglected. So it is really my prayer to this New Dawn government that to be able to ensure that this particular road is completed. According to the report, the executive notes that this road is considered for PPP, private-public partnership. While we appreciate that route, but our worry is that there may not be any investor who may develop interest to develop that road into bituminous standards. So it's an appeal to this government that they must have a second option, not relying on the PPP arrangement, because that may not come. So the people of Chama are crying over this particular road, and it is our wish that this New Dawn government will be able to deliver their campaign promises. The second one, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of construction of communication towers in Chama. The minister assured on this floor of the House that before the end of 2022, communication towers were going to be constructed in Chivale and Lundu Chiefdom. Up to this time, there is no mobile communication network in these two chiefdoms. Chief Lundu has to travel from Chief Lundu, going 40 kilometers to Matumbo to go and access a mobile to use a phone. I don't think that in this day and era, people can continue to be climbing in trees for them to communicate. So it is my prayer that the government must be able to honor its promise. And the minister assured the people of Chama that the first communication tower will be constructed in the first quarter of 2023. But we are in the second quarter of 2023, nothing has happened. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of sinking of boreholes. The minister made an assurance on the floor of this House that boreholes were going to be sunk in Chama before the end of 2022. We are in 2023 now, nothing has happened at all. So I want to appeal to the government that I think they must ensure that the contractor should quickly move in and ensure that these boreholes are sunk as quickly as possible, because we have a challenge of the terrain there. If these boreholes are not sunk in the dry season, it means that the people of Chama, especially in areas where we have got no access to clean water, they will continue to suffer. Mr. Speaker, the committee, I totally agree with the committee that I think these tenders of making assurances on this floor of the House without corresponding funding, I think that must come, it must come to an end. And I think this must also accord an opportunity for the Minister of Finance. These assurances which are made on this floor of the House, I believe that when the Minister of Finance is formulating a budget, they must be able to look into these assurances so that they are able to incorporate in these respective budgets. Because at the end of the day, like what the committee has able noticed, not even work plans, there are no work plans at all, but meanwhile, government has been making those assurances. So with these few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the adoption of this very, very important report. And I think we must give credit and support this particular committee, because this committee, if it is supported fully, I think it will be able to hold government departments accountable, and therefore ministers will be able to work very, very hard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the adoption of this particular report.
The Honorable Member for Kawe Central.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to add a voice of Kawe Central on the issue, on the motion that is raised by the able member of Mfumbwe, Honorable Kamondo. And I thank you so much, the committee, that on your report you considered to put an emphasis on the issue of water supply in Kabwe, and specific on the Makururu Water Supply Improvement Project. Mr. Speaker, allow me to comment that this project was commenced in 2019 during the previous regime, but up to now, we still have with this issue. And in the report, we are told that the scope of work was supposed to be to rehabilitate the boreholes, and also to erect a tank where there will be water storage. Now, Mr. Speaker, the situation that we have in Kabwe is, if this project were completed, we wouldn't have the situation in which we have, because they are going to have water storage. Right now, the problem we have is added also by the issue of erratic supply of water to the boreholes that are in Kakuru waterworks. And these are the boreholes that we are laying now, the whole Kabwe. Once in a while, when there's no supply of electricity to these boreholes, it means that even the pumps automatically they stop. And since there are no tanks to store water during a time when we have water, most of the times when we don't have water in Kabwe. And it's coupled with the problem that we have is Lukanga water, the pipelines are old. Hence, we have got an emergency situation in Kabwe. The main transmitting line from Mulungushi Dam, it got busted last year. And we have been depending on these boreholes that cannot sustain the need of water supply in Kabwe. There is an emergency that needs to be attended urgently. And I'm happy that last year there was an assurance that was given by the Minister of Water and Sanitation that they are going to look into the issue of funding this project. That is going to supply water to about 35,000 of households in Makururu. As you know, that Makururu is the largest shanty compound even in Central Africa, and this project is supposed to help even supply water in the surrounding areas. In Kabwe, we have got very important also government institutions like the two barracks, the police camps, and also other surrounding areas. So meaning this, you find that we don't have water most of the times. You find in a day maybe you have water only one hour, and we don't have storage tanks. So it becomes a challenge. And our town is the most area that is, contaminated with lead. Without water, we cannot do our garden, we cannot green our areas, we cannot plant lawn, and hence there's too much dust. And then we're exposed to too much contamination. In these shanty compounds like Makururu, which is the biggest also, our children go to sleep man as proper bathing, and then they are being contaminated with lead. because of lack of water. There is an emergency in Kabwe. There is an emergency. Even now, as I'm talking about now, the Lukanga Water is trying to work on the main transmission pipeline. But again, the pump that is at the same at Mulungushi Dam, there's only one. If it packs down, that means there's no water, there's no water. You cannot have water the whole town. So there is an emergency need that the government has to look into the problems of Kabwe to do with water. Without water, water is life. Without water, we have poor sanitations. Worse off, as I've said, the water, the pipe system are old. If you come into Kabwe, in many compounds, you find that the water is just leaking all over. And as we said, because there's no continuous supply, when it leaks, it accumulates. And when there's no water, the same water which is contaminated with lead and other material, dead material, it goes back in the system again. Then once water comes, it circulates, it goes to the people drinks dead water. So we really need your help. You could see that I thought I'm a strong woman, I would have started crying. The situation that is there. Because women come even to my house. Because Lukanga Water, the Ministerial is near my house. Every day they come complaining. Last day they were on radio complaining that we do not have water in water. 2 weeks, no water. We have got clinics that we need help. Of course, through CDF we have tried to sink boreholes. But it's a big area, we need help. That is at least the main circulating line should have continuous supply of water. So with these few remarks, I will say I'm supporting the report, and the report I've said there is a need to find other avenues of make sure that we fund this project and even the other project from the dam to make sure that there is supply of good, adequate, clean water for the people of Kabwe. Especially that, as I've said, this town is a sensitive area, a sensitive town which is highly contaminated with lead. We need to green the area. And I'm sure even the cabinet, as I sit in their report, have said Kabwe should be a green town. How do we green it without water? It is impossible. And those other activities that we would want to have put in place. But water is very cardinal. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I said I totally support the report, and I hope the government will look into this serious issue. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kafue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just regret that this very important report, Mr. Speaker, is coinciding with another critical assignment which has taken a good number of our ministers also, the COMESA Summit. Otherwise, it would have been nice if they were here to listen to these issues. After all, the issues of government assurances are issues later on that are supposed to be implemented by them. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, let me start by conveying the gratitude of the people of Kafue to this government, our New Dawn government, for its plans to construct Solomon Day School among many other secondary schools, that this government is going to construct. This information is contained also in this same report we are looking at, where in October of 2021, government made an assurance that 120 secondary schools were going to be built. This was in October. And the whole of last year, they were negotiating, and they've successfully completed those negotiations, and now these schools are assured of being built across the various districts, including one in Kafue. We are so happy and we are so grateful. This message, this good news was broken to them yesterday as I was launching, other projects that are being supported from CDF, which is another good that is happening, during this time. If I had my way, though, Mr. Speaker, I would have also wanted government to focus on those schools which were started some time back and still remain incomplete across the country also. There are about, the number is escaping me, but in Kafue we have one such school, Chikupi Secondary School. I remember that when the minister made this announcement initially, I was saying, why don't we complete those before we embark on new ones? However, I believe that due attention will still be given to these schools, because we cannot afford to have them remain incomplete. Otherwise, it will be a waste. I've talked about one school in Mukushi, which made me feel very sad when during these same tours we found the mining activities closing up and the ditches coming very close to the school, which threatens the future of that school. I don't know what is going to happen. Otherwise, well done. If we continue on this trajectory, I'm sure that we will score more and more positives for ourselves. And I was saying in 2021, this assurance was made. 2023, implementation in the next quarter, according to the memo that I've seen from education. The construction is going to start. I wanted to compare and contrast, the kind of assurance and the fulfillment that has happened with regard to these schools, and compare it with the 650 health posts, which are also talked about in this same report. This assurance by the previous government was made on the 19th of April 2016 that the 650 health posts were going to be completed by October of that same year in 2016. Until now, which is why the report is showing, those health posts, the 87 that were still outstanding, have not been done. So a full term from 2016 to 2021 went by without fulfilling that particular assurance. And now we are also 2 years, into this. I wanted to encourage, our government to pay attention, to such important, programs, because equally this was a set of projects that were being done with a loan from the Indian government to the tune of, is it 55, million, according to the report. And so to have 87 outstanding, it means that we need to interrogate further to find out, what is happening, what could have happened, so that, there's accountability for these incomplete works. And trying to be passionate about this because one of the incomplete health posts among the 650 is supposed to be planted in Kafue, and it has been, pending. So the point here that I was making, indeed, is that let's ensure that this particular project is also completed, because there's a lot of government money, at stake. In the report, in the different parts of the report, it's also talking about, some roads here and there which have not been completed. I would also want us to do something, Honorable Minister, about these roads, because I wouldn't want this road issue to water down all the big achievements that we have done. We have done so very well so far. We have done in 2 years what Napoleon failed to do in so many years. So these roads, including the Shantumbu Road that I was almost talking about yesterday, Honorable Mr. Speaker, this road is a death trap. The population has increased in that area, and then they are having to use a gravel road. When the heavy trucks, the cars pass, they leave dust all over the place. And the sad incident that happened is that one school-going child, got confused in the dust and ended up being hit by one of the fast-moving vehicles. And as we talk now, that child has lost their limb. They have become disabled on account of the poor state of that road. And that is not the only road. There are many other roads, even within Kafue Township. Several roads elsewhere. I've seen this report is talking about some roads under C400. It's in the same category. We need to do something about the roads. And I know that my able government will be able to do this because, as I have said, we have done so much. And I'm looking forward to seeing that master plan on the roads so that, the good works that we have embarked on can continue and keep us in government for many years to come. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to take you to page 17 of the report, and also I will tackle page 104 of the same report. And in supporting this motion, I would like to congratulate the chairman for the committee for the well-done report. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, somewhere in February, the Minister of Infrastructure argued or reported in this House about the completion of our district hospital in Nyimba. And on my follow-up question, I asked the minister, are you sure this is February, you are going to complete the hospital by June? I remember very well, he said, we are a listening government, we will complete the hospital by June. Today it's June 2023, and it's 1 year from the day the hospital was supposed to have been completed. And there's no contract on site. The money which the government was owing the contractor was paid in 2021. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the report, it says government, the remaining works on this project were 18.450 million, which would have, if government had money, in fact, government has money, government would have paid the contractor the 18.5 million. The hospital, the district hospital in Nyimba would have been completed. Now, 1 year, 8 months from the time, 6 months from the time the minister promised, there's no contractor. And the report, they're saying they'll start charging the contractor. After 10 months or so, then the contract will be terminated. Mr. Speaker, in the contract, there's no, the report, there's nowhere where they've said they've terminated the contract. The question is, why do we assure the Zambian people when we cannot do it? My appeal to government is that let's not assure people if we know that the money isn't there, because that brings embarrassment to you as executive and to us as a representative of the people. So my appeal to you, the executive seated there, is that can we look for 18 million and pay the contractor so that we have the first ever district hospital in Nyimba. Mr. Speaker, Nyimba has got no referral hospital. We have to take our people to Katete, St. Francis, in case of any emergency. And if you look at the population of Nyimba, it's even maybe 5 times bigger than other districts or other constituencies in this country with better facilities than us. You agree with me that when we pushed for mini hospitals to be given to Nyimba, we are told there is no money. We are told that the hospitals have been moved from Nyimba to somewhere else. So my appeal to the executive is that let's look at the district as part of Zambia. It's not only you as UPN. There are a lot of government which have come and go without looking at Nyimba as a district. So make a difference for yourself. The construction of Kachorora Dam, it's a sorry sight because this money was budgeted for and the contract was supposed to be paid. It's not that it's coming from somewhere. The Minister of Finance budgeted for this district dam. Today, Mr. Speaker, if you go at the dam site in Kachorora, it's a sorry site. The contractor basically has demobilized, immobilized, government couldn't pay him, and he has moved out. And how surely this is the project budgeted for, presented on the floor of this house, then we don't give the person the money to construct that dam. These are the things we should be asking ourselves. Is this correct? Is this the way we want to run government? Is this the way we're going to treat people of Nyimba? These are the questions we should be asking ourselves. We are also part of this country. We are also part of Zambia. What I don't understand is Chipata is always, Nyimba is always forgotten by Chipata, is also forgotten by Lusaka. I don't know where we belong. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to challenge the executive. Many years ago, the executive promised to give us just 14 bituminous standard of road in the district. To date, there's no single tarmac, not even a centimeter of it in the district. A district which has got over 150,000 people. The first district as you are entering Eastern Province. The district which is hosting Alexander Miti tollgate, making a lot of money for this country. We can't even have a single tarmac. My appeal that the people of Nyimba want a tarmac, just 1.4 kilometer of a tarmac, we are done. We appreciate if UPND government can give us just 1.4 kilometer to the district, the site of the district hospital. We'll be very happy. And the results, they will show you yourselves when you come to campaign in Nyimba in 2026. To the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Justice promised us that the district magistrate will be completed by December last year. 6 months down line from December last year, the contractor, yes, I'll give you 60-70% because the contractor is on site and is doing something. But what we need is, when we promise people that we are going to finish the job at this, let's consult also the technocrats. Let's also consult the Ministry of Finance. Minister of Finance, this is for you. We need the 18 million kwacha for our district hospital. We are also people, just like any other Zambian in this country. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, it's good to be a woman and to represent a constituency in Eastern Province. Honorable Mr. Speaker, my own is just on the conclusion, which says the committee notes with great concern that most of the assurances, especially under the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Housing, Infrastructure and Urban Development, and Ministry of Education, have remained outstanding. This report, I want to say, really I support it, because this is the only report which can settle all of us here to say a particular government does not just concentrate on this part. However, I want to bring to the House a serious assurance by the Ministry of Agriculture. Any government, and I mean any government, that does not take care of the basic needs of the human ones, they will seriously have a challenge. In Lundazi, there was an assurance on the floor of the House that 4,709 bags of fertilizer were going to be delivered. But up to today, as I stand to speak on behalf of the people of Lundazi, they have not been given that fertilizer up to this time. Basic needs are supposed to be satisfied first before we move to the other ones up to self-actualization. Mr. Speaker, talking about the issue of health, the people of Lundazi were given an assurance on the floor of the House to say the former Lundazi District Hospital, a hospital which is nearer to the people, will be worked on, and they were going to deliver all the hospital furnitures within 2 weeks. I agree with this report that indeed the Ministry of Health is lagging behind. My appeal to the government of the new dawn is that take care of the people. Let them eat. Let them have the basic needs. let them have water, let them have food, let them have good health. Then you are going to enjoy your stay, and the flag will continue flowing, and it will be good for you. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to this House, indeed, the challenge which the people of Eastern Province have always had. Governments come, governments go. Chipata Lundazi Road has become a campaign song for each and every government that comes. Our backs move left, right, and center. Sometimes it's very difficult. I know there are some members of parliament who moved just 171 kilometers. The stretch, which is ugly, is just about 60 kilometers. A distance from Chipata going into Lundazi. People are dying there. Vehicles are being destroyed every day. And we cannot move and freely go and visit our relatives. It is important that as government, please take care of the people of Eastern Province by just working on the Chipata Lundazi Road. And I'll be the first person to come here to sing praise and worship. And you'll really enjoy, because I'm a passionate speaker when I stand to speak. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that needs to be looked on is really open Lundazi District Hospital so that the people there can be able to access the health services within the district. People are moving 8 kilometers away. Not that we don't have a hospital, but because all the old furniture was moved from the old hospital and taken to Chintuta Hospital, leaving a hospital which is nearby without any hospital furniture. And alas, when I tried to make a donation, a heavyweight of my relatives called cadres, they came on me. And yet I was just trying to be helpful so that I can help the government of the day. Mr. Speaker, it is an earnest appeal that indeed, if we just work on the Lundazi Mwase Road, even just graveling it, we understand the government has no money. They have stopped and cancelled all the contracts. But how are we going to move 40 kilometers, do the bridges with a small amount which we have in CDF? My appeal on behalf of the people of Eastern Province is, please, there is a government assurance that Chipata Lundazi Road is going to be worked on. Please do it, and do it today and not tomorrow. I submit.
The Honourable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Permit the good people of Solwezi East Mushindamo District to debate on behalf of the people of Northwestern Province and on their own behalf. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I indeed want to support this report. And on a sad note, the people of Northwestern Province are crying and are so saddened by the answers that they get on the floor of this House, especially that we are talking about the roads, and it was about the future, and they said money is generated in Northwestern through the big mines that we have, but then when it comes to just asking for roads to be done in Northwestern, we are told the future. And that has saddened them, and they've asked me to debate as I support this emotionally, but giving hope to the people of Northwestern Province. Mr. Speaker, the assurances, yes, we appreciate what has been assured and achieved, but also what has not been achieved yet assured. I draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, on page 221, where it talks about construction of police administration block. For Northwestern in Solwezi, which is actually the provincial capital, has had the police administration block stored for a very, very long time. and yet this is a provincial capital that is supposed to administer the economic agenda, the political, and all those kind of things for the entire province. But yet it lacks a modern police administration block. That saddens the people of Northwestern. Mr. Speaker, on page 225 of the report, talks about Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation offices. And indeed, on behalf of Northwestern again, there was an assurance of constructing the ZNBC offices. But alas, up to now, it is just a slab that has stored for a very, very long time. And the people are saying, how do we broadcast the happenings in Northwestern when we can't even have proper ZNBC offices? Mr. Speaker, on page 213, there is an assurance of the Kabompo Gorge hydropower. Your committee at one point visited that infrastructure where 25% of the work was done. And today, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about electrification of our rural areas, and yet this infrastructure has stalled for a long time. And the people of Solwezi and the people of Northwestern are saying, when is this assurance of the Kabompo Gorge hydropower project going to be reassured to them? Mr. Speaker, on page 234, there is an aspect of river bridges being constructed. I give an example of the bridge across the Zambezi River in the Northwestern Province that was assured to be constructed across going to Mize, but alas, that assurance has never been actualized. This also saddens the people of Northwestern Province. Mr. Speaker, on page 184 and 198, talks about the construction of universities and university colleges. Mr. Speaker, Northwestern was assured that University of Mathematics and Science was going to be constructed in Kabompo, but that assurance is far-fetched, and this has added to the misery of the people of Northwestern Province, especially that we generate a lot of revenue that contributes to the national GDP, yet we are left behind. Mr. Speaker, on page 172, the Solwezi talking about construction of roads through the PPP and so on. We have the Solwezi Kipushi Road and many other roads, including those in Solwezi that have been neglected. And yet this is supposed to be the eye-catch area for Northwestern. If roads in Solwezi town, provincial capital, can be neglected, how much more? Mr. Speaker, without roads infrastructure, we cannot expect good development in Northwestern. Mr. Speaker, we talk about maternity, the health issues, page 67 and 88. There is a maternity wing that was assured to be constructed in Luamfula, in Shindamo, but alas, nothing has happened. Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, there was groundbreaking ceremony in Northwestern for the construction of a referral hospital, but that assurance seemed to be dimming. What is happening? Mr. Speaker, boarding schools in Kucheka Chiefdom, there was an assurance of a construction of a boarding school on page 132, but nothing has been actualized. Mr. Speaker, the people of Northwestern are saying all these government assurances for Northwestern, truly, if they can be revisited, perhaps the people of Northwestern can take a sigh. Mr. Speaker, they are complaining, they are crying. If it were possible, they're even ready to say we are able to walk and come to Lusaka and lament and cry for the negative answers that we are getting as the people of Northwestern Province. Mr. Speaker, they have said, if only the government, which is being urged to consider a policy that would allow the people of Northwestern to just have 10% of their revenue that is generated from Northwestern, most of these assurances can be actualized just using a 10% of the resources that is generated from the mines. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to bore you with more sadness and lamentations on behalf of the people of Northwestern Province, but their voice is heard. They are saying, let us not be treated like a dog that goes into the bush to catch. Then when it comes, nothing is, it's an adage, Mr. Speaker, that I'm using, that after the catch, when it is home, the people enjoy the meat, and then the bones are thrown to the
There's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, with that adage, I support this report. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Matero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My point of order is pursuant to Standing Order 65. The honorable member on the floor was going very well discussing the content, which is the report on assurance committee. But he kept on Northwestern, but forgot to mention the road from Northwestern that goes in Katunda, Watopa, and comes to Lukulu. Is he in order? Was he in order to just restrict his debate to just one province instead of connecting it to Lukulu, Watopa, Katunda Road? I submit, Mr. Speaker.
I take that the honorable member for Matero was saying just that on a lighter note. Thank you. For the sake of progress, because we are behind time, the honorable minister responsible should respond. The honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, I'm obliged, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to add my voice in congratulating the Committee on Government Assurances for the good report they have presented to this August House. The observations and recommendations contained in the report of the committee have been duly and well noted. Mr. Speaker, let me hasten to state that the government, through the ministry, is already taking some steps to improve the management and development of water resources, as well as the provision of water supply and sanitation services in the country. These steps include implementing new projects and completing stalled and ongoing water supply and sanitation projects to ensure that many of our people gain access to clean and safe drinking water and adequate sanitation services in various parts of our country. The House may wish to note that government has so far completed and commissioned some water supply and sanitation projects, which include the Kafue Bulk Water Supply Project, Kaputa Water Supply and Sanitation Project, and Chinsali Water and Supply and Sanitation Project, amongst others. The projects that have been commissioned have resulted in close to 700,000 people countrywide gaining access to clean and safe water and sanitation services. This is within the first 2 years of the new Dawn administration being in power. Government is also implementing the ongoing projects, which include integrated small towns water supply and sanitation project in Western, Luapula, Muchinga, and Northern provinces. Transforming rural livelihood in Western Province, Sinda Water Supply and Sanitation Project in Eastern Province, and Kazungula Water and Supply and Sanitation Project in Southern Province. No doubt, Mr. Speaker, it is clear and evident that the projects being undertaken reflect the national character of our country. Mr. Speaker, government is also implementing projects that had stalled, which include the Zambia Water Supply and Sanitation Project, Nkana Water Supply and Sanitation Project, and Kafulafuta Water Supply Project on the Copper Belt, among others. These projects, once completed, will contribute immensely to improved access to clean and safe water and adequate sanitation services, which ultimately will enhance the prevention of outbreaks of waterborne diseases, as well as improve the livelihood and quality of life. Mr. Speaker, allow me to update the House on the progress the Ministry has made in the implementation of some of the projects highlighted in the report. With respect to the Chiengi Water Supply Project, I would like to report that my ministry has concluded redesigning the project and the contract has been awarded. All things being equal, this project will be implemented in the next 2 years. I would like to further mention to this August House that the borehole in Kabendwe area of Chienge district was drilled on 23rd November 2022, will be equipped by the end of this month. Regarding the clearance of an addendum for the stored Nkana Water Supply and Sanitation Project Phase 2 by the Learned Attorney General, the House may wish to note that the addendum was cleared by the Learned Attorney General's chambers and works have since commenced. I wish to take this opportunity to highlight the progress made regarding addressing the shortage of water in Kawama West. Mr. Speaker, the House may wish to note that the delay in the shortage of water, beg pardon, Mr. Speaker, the House may wish to note that the delay in addressing the shortage of water in Kawama West is being attended to under the Zambia Water and Sanitation Project supported by the European Union. The project was scheduled to be commenced in January 2023. However, progress stalled in December 2022 due to non-disbursements of funds by the European Union as a result of the debt situation the country is trying to resolve, which has affected inflows from cooperating partners. Currently, the overall progress for the project stands at 93%, and government is working to resolve this situation and is hopeful that the project will be completed soon. Mr. Speaker, once these projects are completed, more citizens are expected to have access to clean and safe water and adequate sanitation services. I cannot re-emphasize that enough. This will result in increased revenue for water utility companies, thereby contributing to improved financial viability of the said companies and improved service delivery to our people. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to make an earnest appeal to the honorable members of Parliament to support the ministry in ensuring a significant amount of CDF is allocated towards water and sanitation infrastructure development in order to accelerate the attainment of universal access to clean and safe water and adequate sanitation services. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The honorable member from Fumbwe will end of debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the members that supported this report, and we want to place it on record that the executive should do things like the way the Ministry of Water and Sanitation is doing. We have already highlighted the progress that has been made. How I wish most of the ministries could do the same, that would be better. And also want to thank the honorable members who also sat here and debated while seated and supported the report. I want to thank also the ministers who also supported actually the report as well. Most importantly, the honorable members of the committee. Indeed, this committee is very important. Mr. Speaker, through you, We need more time. We have got a lot of work to do, and that is the only way we can do this work. Thank you.
I put the question. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Government Assurances for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 6 June 2023. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Question for oral answer, under Standing Order 74, question 277 of 7th June, resumption of consideration of the question.
When business was interrupted yesterday, Wednesday, 7th June 2023, the House was considering question number 277 on the order paper, asked by the Honorable Member for Lundazi, and the Honorable Minister of Agriculture was just about to answer a supplementary question asked by the Honorable Member for Chiluvi. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, there were two questions, Mr. Speaker, that were combined, one from Honorable Member for Chiluvi and the other one from Honorable Member from Fue. I'll start with the one for Honorable Member from Fue. She's here. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member asked how many sheds will be built in the area in Mwase. And our position, Mr. Speaker, is that the agency has indicated that we will build storage capacity of up to 5,000 metric tons, which is a huge, huge storage facility. For the second question, which was asked by Honorable Member for Chiluvi, Mr. Speaker, you realize that the Honorable Member for Chiluvi was comparing production and checking it with the markets which we are going to open. This was actually a bit off the question, and I find it difficult to respond because it has nothing to do with storage capacity as the question was put forward. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Chief Mwase is very glad that you are going to do that. And I hope it enters into government assurances. And you should be able to deliver, because I don't want to come and stand here and start saying you have not done it. I submit, my brother. Oh, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The acting leader of government business adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate, any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. The House will adjourn to tomorrow morning at 09 hours when business resumes. As you can see on the screens, that's the Honourable Mr. Speaker's procession getting out of the chamber. Let's look at what has been considered on the floor of the House when business resumed at 14:30. Madam Speaker did make an announcement.
In this announcement, she guided the House on two important rules of procedure on points of orders in matter of urgent public importance, under Standing Order 131 and 134.
And the first point was a points of order, understanding Order 131. Madam Speaker did say that honourable members' point of order is principally raised when there is a breach of procedure by another member. It can